me. Come here, fly. Come, little housefly, I'll take thee away into the land of enchantment. Come, little housefly, don't be afraid. Fuckers! Missed them both. My reaction time is slow, apparently. Daggum, daggum. Just flew right by me. You took the high road this time? Damn it! He goes over this rug and then disappears. Where's my fucking dog? Outside, hiding from the cat. Gotcha, bitch! You gotta trick them with a, you gotta give them a little red herring. I like to have a flashlight. If you have a flashlight in one hand and you get the fly looking at the flashlight, you can come at them with your other hand. I do that all the time when I lived in the bus and I would get flies on the ceiling. I would trick them with the flashlight and then whack the every time. Works like charm. There's another one in here. Where are you, friend? That usually gets them going. The vibration. Look at how beautiful this would have been if it had not collapsed, because I only am just now realizing sourdough works differently than a yeasted dough. Yeah. Okay. What's going on here? Are you doing anything? Yes, I think it's alive. I don't know though, I'm scared of it because it's got like liquid on it. I don't know, we'll see what happens. This one, however, is ready to go. Fucking hiccups and a fucking burp come in hand in hand. Drunk driving is what I like to do. I like drunk driving with you. Let's do some unbleached flour since we're almost out of flour. Ooh, let's do some fancy mineral water. It's room temperature now. It's crazy. Crazy. I should feed this. Before I get comfortable. Look at me, I need to exercise my body. Like a glove. I've been dancing on my own. That one's over there. Okay. Oh, I got soil. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I completely forgot about this. I'm gonna love you forever. I'm not the thing I'm asking of you. Okay, so I'm gonna. I need fucking water propagation, so I'm gonna have to use that for jars. You can go in. One has to dry up a little bit, and then it can go in the ground, and that one's going to go in that thing in there. Okay, so now we have to take stock of what we've got here. Okay. recording already. It's gotta go in water. That's gotta go in water. This can go in the ground. This has to go in water. This one is very, very, very ready to go. I need plants, pots. I need pots. Oh, I put the tomatoes in there. It does stay in water. This one is really the only one that needs. Go in some soil. You motherfucker. Dude, a fucking horsefly was just biting my leg. Fuck. baby plants coming up already. I just planted these seeds like 2 days ago. There's some bit growing here too. That's crazy, dude. Little guy. Come on. Come on. Fucking dog is afraid of the cat. Pisses me off, man. Nervous about this water having like salts in it or something. Rocks. It's not gonna stay where I want it. There's so many plants now. Do I shower? Yep. Hello, my love. Look what I got. I don't know what any of it is, except for the one that's called Wandering Jew. But that's just because I'm familiar with that plant. I don't know what any of these are, but I'm very excited. This is a jade. This is a wax plant. This is a snake plant. This is the, I don't know what that is. It's a type of the Wandering Jew, I think. And then I don't remember what this one is called. This one has the prettiest fucking leaf on it. Look at that. Maybe if I trim, oh, it's just going to get deeper in the water. Whatever. I just don't want this leaf out. I'm not getting crushed by the thing. I'm so excited. I think I'm just going to leave the window open in here and put them in the window. You cannot eat money, no. You cannot eat money, no. And then I've got this guy. I wish I could find the rest of them, but they're gone. I don't know where they are. When the last tree has fallen, come on. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes, sirree, bobtail. Yes. Oh, frig yeah, they fit. Yeah. Oh, I can't do that. It's gonna get caught up on my thing. I'm just gonna have to put it back here. It'll be fine up there. Oh my god, I feel like a real girl. I'm a real boy. And look, the leaf is completely open. Look at that brand new little baby Fresherson. She has unfurled. This one is getting ready to unfurl. Look at the little tiny ones. And this one's getting ready to do its thing. Dude, there's another one. Look at that. That is even growing right now. Knock me over with a feather. I've had this thing for 4 years, 3 years, and it has never grown a new piece. That is a first. Oh, look at that one. Getting ready to unroll right now. And there's another one there. And look at the teeniest, tiniest little baby leaf. Look, it's so tiny. Excuse me, camera. I'm trying to focus on the leaf. Look at how teensy weensy that is. Oh, yep. This one's got a leaf on it. This one's got a leaf on it. That's pretty cute, dude. Every single one of the plants that I've repotted is growing new leaves. That is a good sign. Also, pretty sure. Oh, you can't see it from the window. You can almost see it in that pot right there. The seedlings are popping up. It's crazy. Should probably put my laundry away. I know, I got babies. Did you see what my, so I went to go see the woman, like, I don't want to call her a caseworker or a therapist, because she's neither of those things, but, when I first left my husband, I, like, started talking to somebody. She's not even a therapist. She is a therapist, but she's kind of like a caseworker, kind of like a therapist, kind of like an advocate. She's just like a person who basically, if I am going through anything, I can contact her and she will try to help me figure it out, whether that be housing issues, bill paying issues, personal issues, car issue, like ride situation. Anyways, I meet with her like once every 3 months, or like once a month sometimes. It just depends on our schedules. But anyway, so I went and met with her today, and I was telling her about my baby plants and how it's so exciting that they're growing. And she was like, you know, Heather, there's like energy in places. And I was like, I literally was saying that to my live stream the other day about how it's like almost like this house has life energy. And like my plants have just like all of a sudden started growing since I moved here, whereas they spent years not growing. And what I think I've actually figured out what it is. I think what it is that I was using bottled water to water, because that's all I ever had. And I think that the salts in the bottled water, like minerals in the water, in the bottled water, it killed my cactus. And I think that's ultimately why the plants weren't really growing. They just kind of stayed alive. But anyway, look what I got now. Look at this. She gave me all of these propagations. So that one is called like a silky or something. It's got like, or it's maybe a velvet. I don't know. It's like, it has like a snaking vininess to it. And it has, the leaves don't look like this. This is like kind of one that's like a brand new baby leaf. So it doesn't really look like what it normally looks like. But anyways, she gave me a jade propagation, a couple of these, I can't remember what they're called, but they're like they're two different types of wandering Jew. Snake plant. I don't remember what this one is called. It has this big old leaf on it and it has this sap, sticky sap. And then she gave me, this is a wax plant. And then she gave me And she also gave me, so these are the other types of the wandering Jews or whatever I can't remember what they're called, the other name for them. But so she gave me this thing, which is the grassy version of that snake plant. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a pampas grass type thing. It's just like a, it's dying. We're trying to bring it back to life right now. Another, the creeping Jew, and I think this is just a pothos type situation. And so she gave me all that. And look at that. These are the seeds that I literally planted the day before yesterday. Oh, and she also gave me that, a fuzzy buddy or whatever. It's like a cactus type. Hers had like 4 feet long thingies on it, and it was crazy. Oh, I also got that, which this is a pitcher plant. This is an Oregon native pitcher plant. So this plant is meant for Oregon. So it's pretty badass. So yeah, all of those in the water will eventually go in soil, probably, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. When they get a bunch of roots on them, I'll probably transfer them into soil. But some of these plants do well in water, so I might not, I don't know, we'll see. It's pretty exciting. We should just take a screenshot. Be right back. Okay. Had to take some pictures for my lady friend. I can't believe a fucking horsefly bit me on the leg, dude. Son of a bitch. I didn't even realize I had horseflies here. It looked like a regular housefly. It didn't look like a horsefly. That's what really pisses me off. I wonder if it's been 30 minutes. How long since I started this live stream? 44 minutes. So I think it was about 15 minutes into my live stream that I did the bread. Let's go. I bomb to bomb you up. Itches, fucking asshole. I can't believe what I got me. Oops, skirt. On 22s. Check my baby mama. In Rolls, not Hondas. Gonna spend until it's gone. And then I'm gone home. God, it's fucking cold in here. I'm really pissed off at my cat right now that she's been attacking my dog. I want that air back on in about 5 minutes. Candace Owens is on. Oh, my fucking dog in here. Just when I thought I had an exercise base. Oh no, I meant to get Josh's help. Frig. Friggin' braggin'. Fruggin' flugin'. Glutton, gluten, glutton, gluten. Pretend like that doesn't exist. You ready to stop being such a friggin' bitch? No, I didn't think so. Well, now that I let you out, I can go in there. In here, my own fucking room. Okay. Now let's put on Candace Owens and exercise.
In the right of family. Memorandum, yes, weeks yesterday, and ever. Good one, and what can?
Oh.
All right, you guys. Happy Wednesday. I hope you're having a good one. And what can we say after yesterday? Other than stating definitively that this did not age well at all.
Do you believe that Julia Robinson murdered your husband?
Yes, I do. Never understood that confidence, that conviction.
What, Mama?
After I sat down with her.
You're on my shit list right now.
Indicated that. Now we are all the way at the preliminary hearing. I still don't understand that confidence, and just, I think the internet is with me on this one. Internet, I can say definitively, especially after the exclusive video that we released yesterday, has a lot of questions. It was an incredible, very fun time on X, very fun time to listen to all of the people, the Mockingbirds, attempt to explain away what we can plainly see with our eyes, or what we plainly do not see with our own eyes. It's just something to behold. They think they can do it. Well, there's a lot to discuss today, because yesterday also, a big thing happened. The prosecution filed a memorandum, and in the memorandum, Tyler's defense filed a memorandum. They highlighted some injuries that Charlie had in his autopsy. Charlie's heart and his lungs hemorrhaged after a bullet hit him in the neck. And so people online are asking a lot of questions about those injuries. And of course, everyone is going to draw different answers and conclusions. But first, I want to discuss a most important question: whether or not Charlie Kirk is buried. Because an interesting thing happened, apparently, in those days where we saw Erica.
Oh, you headbutted me.
Leaning into his casket. So, welcome back to Candace. There was a lot of what the kids are calling copium online yesterday, as expected. The Candace never has any evidence crowd. She is just dreaming. Oh, she's just up on her show every day pretending to dream. They were not having a good evening on social media after our episode. I always love that moment, by the way, when you surprise the flock of mockingbirds. So they kind of struggle to get their talking points in order, looking at each other like, what am I supposed to be saying here? we weren't planning for this. They have no real thoughts of their own, right? So they're just awaiting on their next instructions, and sometimes whoever it is that is instructing them doesn't have them prepared. And in that time frame, that precious little time frame, that's when they just start to fill the air with general upset and stupidity. They try to attack reality. It's really, like I said, something to behold. They're like literal lost sheep, but they're usually pretty angry, which is why some of them just straight up wanted me arrested. I'm not kidding. This person tweeted, if Candace is not charged for obstruction of jury tampering after releasing footage of allegedly Tyler Robinson killing Charlie to our audience today, a Judge Graff demanded not be shown. She is part of the two-tiered justice system. I'm not going to post it, but the defense argued it not be shown to the public so that Tyler Robinson gets a fair trial. Well, Candace just released it. I don't know how, but people need to go to jail. This is backed up by an account called Lisa Knows. She wrote, Candace has just released footage the judge ordered not to be shown to the public. She's already doxed a witness for the prosecution. When is she going to be charged with obstruction? This is completely out of hand. She's doing everything she can to destroy this trial. She is absolutely evil. I love the idea that I'm obstructing justice, but they're bringing literal influencers to court and lying. Influencers are going out and lying about what they see inside the courtroom. And of course, that was pretty swiftly community noted, charging with obstruction of justice. The community note reads, Candace released independently obtained Lozy rooftop footage. Court limits on broadcasting exhibits applied to courtroom media, not third-party commentators. Legal standard for obstruction of justice requires corrupt intent to impede proceedings. I am not trying to impede proceedings. I'm trying to help them along. This is just what happened. I'm not hiding anything. I'm saying share more. Daylight is the best disinfectant. Now, you might be wondering, what did Turning Point USA say? Right? That was a pretty big drop yesterday. What about the ever-wise and strategic spokesperson of Turning Point USA, Andrew Colvett? In case you're thinking, well, Andrew Colvett probably did the thing that we would expect him to do, express concern, at least some interest regarding this new footage. People are obviously looking in their eyes are going, this person looks trained. This person does look tactical. The speed at which he gets down and you're alleging he fired a shot, that can't be some rookie. Surely Andrew Colvett is going to share something and demand a more thorough investigation. Say, thank you, Candace. Demand more questions are answered regarding what happened on September 10th, how Charlie Kirk died. Charlie Kirk, the very man who he owes his entire career in public presence to. But you'd be wrong if you thought that, because here is what Andrew Colvett responded with. A few tweets back to back. It is a person calling my eyes teleprompter eyes, I guess, and Andrew has a list here of words. A list of words that I have mispronounced. Oh, okay, that's what he's doing at 8:49 p.m. after our episode concludes. He's got a list of words that I've mispronounced across 367 plus hours of live podcasting. Here's my list I'm keeping to mock you. Okay, Andrew, I don't know. Pardon my ignorance. But I would say that after attempting to hijack Charlie's legacy, what did I say, posthumously instead of posthumously? People are beginning to understand that Charlie was surrounded by vipers. I would argue that bringing influencers into a courtroom and then instructing those influencers to put on these bizarre, over-the-top dramatic performances, pretending that they encountered a blitzkrieg, is that what I said, of evidence, which has now been roundly debunked, is something worth mocking. And you now find yourself in a bit of a debacle. A kerfluffle made after a kerfluffle. Does that bother you? Oh, we better get to your list. Nobody cares, Andrew. What a sign of being an absolute loser. What are you, like 45 years old? Just scrolling through podcasting, look for mispronounced words. I don't think that's going to help your cause. And speaking of mockingbird influencers who are worthy of laughing at, by the way, Tim Pool, he obviously just says whatever the state themes are. He just presents state themes. Believe the deep state. Well, he apparently did not comprehend the assignment at all because he rushed in to rescue the narrative after our video was shared with the exact wrong conclusion. It was kind of incredible. A couple people did this, just had no idea, could not comprehend what we were sharing. Effectively, we were saying this person was a decoy and never fired a shot. And Tim Pool tweeted this in response to Alex Jones. He said, "None of that is true. It's just conjecture. Surprisingly, this serves as a counter to the exploding mic claims, though." Nope, Tim Pool. Nope. That's not what happened here. Actually, this now makes people look even deeper into the exploding mic claims. Because what we did was we ruled out that the person on the roof took a shot. That's what Alex Jones was saying. Like, this is crazy. A bunch of people were messaging us, making it very clear this is not possible. You would have seen the gravel kick up if he had shot a 30-06, if he had shot that gun. Here's what would have happened. So we're saying this was another decoy, a person that was told to be on that rooftop, to get on there and to get off. And most people don't even see a gun. I would like to stress that. We have seen no evidence that there was even a gun on the rooftop. Even our source, the person who recorded, in that recording, he doesn't say or show a gun. So we have no evidence. We are trusting that that person had a gun despite never seeing one. I do want to say, of course, we have to mention Paramount Not So Tactical, because he is never to be excluded from immediacy. He chimed in, this is how he was going to rescue the narrative, with a photo of a baby learning to crawl. See? He's like, that military tactic, this proves it's so easy to do, even a baby could do it. It's like a new take on the Geico commercials. So easy, a baby can do it. He actually shared this. He shared a baby, and that's proof that the person was not trained or tactical, that that's just your normal human instinct or whatever. Baby could be a military man. Maybe it was a baby on the rooftop. Absolutely absurd and hilarious online. But I do want to draw your attention to Blake Neff's response, because this is later going to be crucial. You know me, always playing a game with these people. Blake Neff was also angry that Alex Jones tweeted and said, we're done with this narrative. The Losey Center rooftop narrative effectively has just been obliterated. And Blake Neff responded to him and said, "There are a lot of errors and distortions in this post, Alex. First of all, saying that this footage is, quote, is what, quote, the courts will not let the public see, leaves out that it is the defense that demanded that it be kept from the public on the grounds it would prejudice Tyler. Prosecutors repeatedly fought to conceal nothing during the preliminary hearing." He's misrepresenting that. "The rifle is not pulled from his pants in this video because there is another rooftop video from another angle that captures that moment." That's where I want to pause. And then he says, and once the rifle is pulled out, he obviously is not going to limp. He would obviously not limp, okay? This is new. This is new. I've never heard this. I've never heard anybody make the claim that there's another angle of a video where we can see him pull the rifle out of his pants. Blake Neff is making that claim, and I just want to put a pin on that, okay? He says, Candace has not released that one. The individual does not look like Tyler Robinson because they literally don't look like anyone at that distance. Oh, wow. Where were you when all the influencers were saying it was Tyler Robinson in 4K? Now all of a sudden you're taking our position and we don't know who that is. That could be literally anybody. He continues, it's the other footage taken from the campus that supports him being there. We have close-up footage of the person who looks enough like Tyler that his own parents identified him as such. There's zero proof his parents did that. We never saw that. This Blake just narrating. For instance, the footage that also captured a match of Tyler's car arriving on campus, those plates were blurry, the car was blurry. Again, that is Blake making assumptions. Blake's allowed to make assumptions, but we can't. He said, recoil from a prone firing position can easily be minimal, but in any case, we know a gun was fired from the spot because a bullet coming from that direction was what killed Charlie, as confirmed in the medical examiner's report. Please do not keep indulging this, Alex. It is amazing. Turning Point is just so quick to want to shut down any sort of an inquisition into what happened on that day. And I think there's a reason for that, Blake, particularly a reason why you are always so fired up when people start to notice these holes in the narrative. There's a reason why you and Andrew Colvett are always so fired up. Anyway, today on the Beavis and Butthead show, they further explained this logic. And here's what they had to say.
Well, and so just a quick note.
His
on
name
that.
is Matt
I checked
Tardio.
with
How
people
hilarious
inside
is
the
that?
courtroom that
Matt.
day, and
Tardio.
they're saying that this clip that was shown, we're about to show in just a sec,
All the lives suck,
doesn't
Tony.
include I believe, a different angle is what I'm led to believe. At least,
Go watch a
I didn't see it, but
podcaster
there
if
is
you
a
want
portion
actual
where you can
entertainment.
see him kind of roll over the railing,
You want to
assemble
just
the
see
weapon.
what people
It's
are
a little
up to
obscured by the railings,
while
but
minding
that's
their business
what
in their
apparently
house.
is happening.
I was asking about that, Andrew, and yeah, that they have basically two angles. Guy goes over railing, and you see him doing something. As you said, it's obscured by the railing, but you can see he's taking some kind of action, which we can deduce is likely pulling the rifle out of his pant leg, making it ready to go. And then there's like a brief blind spot after that, and then it's the video we see the guy running across the roof, taking a prone position, and at the exact moment where we know the shooting occurred, a second later, gets up, runs away. And
Okay, so now we have some separation. So they're saying we didn't see the footage, but you can trust that people who
Neither.
were in the courtroom and saw the footage, the same ones who lied to you, and we didn't clock them on those lies. We platformed them as they said that it was in 4K and it was Tyler Robinson. You can trust that they said there's another angle, and in that angle you can kind of deduce.
Oh yeah, I want to do planks. I forgot about that.
You guys tell us you, if you
Planks
don't
really
have the
work
evidence in
them
4K,
shoulders.
how dare you speculate? But apparently they can deduce that in this footage that they don't know, but someone in the courtroom told them does exist. You can see him deduce that he puts together the gun and takes it out of his pants. That doesn't sound too specific. So if I had deduced on my show, you guys would be pretty angry. You'd be like, did you dream it, Candace? Did you dream it? Did you astral project, as Andrew tweeted? We present hard evidence, you deduce through influencers at court. Got it. Seems a little unfair. But I accept the challenge. I will arise to debunk what you are saying. Challenge accepted, because you guys lie about everything. Anyway, switching gears, I would like to actually talk primarily today about Charlie's funeral. Charlie's burial. The turning point, extreme sensitivity, a new sensitivity, I might add, because as we showed you a couple days ago, actually, if you roll back the tape, they were initially very open about Charlie's body. So to recap, on September 10th, at some point in the early afternoon, I think I have said to you guys in the past that it was Stacey Sheridan, but I've actually been told that it was allegedly Elizabeth McCoy that was recording Erica in Charlie's open casket in Utah. That's September 11th, midday-ish. And then at 5:27 p.m. later that day in Arizona, local time, the local news station, Sky News, reported openly, so we're not breaking this news, that Charlie was headed to Hanson Mortuary in Phoenix. I'm going to show you that clip here.
So if you are just joining us here on streaming, it is 5:27 Phoenix time. About an hour ago, Air Force 2 landed at Sky Harbor Airport, which is the Phoenix Metro's main airport here, with the body of Charlie Kirk, his family, and the vice president.
And as we are giving you a live look here from Sky 12, we can see that motorcade come around the bend here. And clearly you can see the law enforcement has cleared the way for this procession. And it looks like that the white hearse is possibly in the front there. It's kind of hard to see, but you know, obviously making its way from the freeway to the streets and ending up at Hanson Mortuary.
Okay, so that was reported. Everyone knew where he was going. They saw what time he landed and that he was heading to Hanson Mortuary in Phoenix. On September 12th, okay, so the day after that, Charlie is back in Phoenix.
Man, I feel it so much on the inner thigh area. So I'm trying to keep my glutes and the thighs tight. And I'm trying to only use my thighs and my glutes to pick up my top half. It's a lot harder than it freaking should seem.
The day before, because if you were paying attention to the local news, you may have wrongly deduced that this footage was taken in Phoenix, but it was not. And I also want to note that is an open casket that you're seeing in Utah. Fast forwarding to September 20th, at around 11 o'clock a.m., Charlie is no longer at Hanson. He is now having a Catholic funeral mass that is held at a Catholic church that Charlie regularly attends. And this is in the middle of the day. So immediately you should be asking yourself, why the change? Why the change? The mass
I mean, my
was not
socks
hidden
were
from the
in
public.
shoes. They
Okay,
might
it obviously
smell
was not open to the public, but
like
it was not
shoe.
hidden from the public as it occurred at the same time as mass was going on for local parishioners. They
I don't have very
observed
stinky
the
feet. That's one thing
first,
I'm
exactly what the news was reporting.
blessed.
They observed that, but like I said, it wasn't open to the public, so this was not something they were trying to keep super hush hush.
My feet will only stink if I wear
here is why would you
soaking
go
wet shoes
from Hanson to
or
now Catholic?
I'm barefoot
Okay, this represents
for a long period of
total
time.
sea
Then it'll have
change
like a
in
little
narrative.
odor, but not anything like
Lest we forget, there was an
stinky
entire
feet, like
Mockingbird
what you would think
campaign,
of.
which was launched to attack
just a little bit of
me
stink.
after I publicly
My feet don't really
asserted that
hardly
there were
ever
rumblings
stink.
that
I'm
Charlie was
so
supposed to
lucky.
bring, that we
My
were supposed to
sister
get
has
people
the
that Catholics
stinkiest
told
feet
me
I've ever
would.
smelled in my life.
It was a conversation that was happening even between me and Charlie. Like, take the next step, take the next step. And this just set them
My kid
off.
has
It was
pretty stinky
something
feet too.
that was a high priority in the immediate aftermath of Charlie's assassination for a turning point to come out and to clarify. And by clarify, I mean to shut that down. Like, this is not true. Okay? It was high priority, so much so that their
Interesting
spokesperson,
dynamic
Andrew
of
Golden,
comments.
joined Alex Clark's show and took down
Because
that
he
dissolution.
didn't actually
And we're going to
confess,
take a
Scorpio.
listen so that you
That's the thing.
remember what was said.
He didn't.
Was he becoming Catholic?
No. But
The text messages that where he supposedly confessed in
Catholic.
Discord,
Mass, he loved the
those messages were
ritual of
sent
it.
3 hours after he was
beauty
arrested.
of Old Catholic churches and the stained
I don't know
glass.
about you, but
Erica would go sometimes.
when someone's arrested for like a shooting, a very highly public
Growing up,
assassination,
I grew up Catholic.
they don't let them have their
Went
phone
to Catholic high
after their
school,
Miranda rights have
but
been
then
read
I
to them.
ended up
But for
becoming
some
a
reason,
Christian
Tyler
in college
Robinson
through
posted on
Christ,
Discord
non-denominational
like
from
3 hours
the
after he was
Second
arrested.
Presbyterian, and then it was kind of non-denominational.
So it's just weird.
And I think Erica kind of follows that same path. She and I share that.
Also, by the way, I just want to draw attention to, she's posted a photo of her and Charlie and the kids in mass before, and somebody in the comment section said, oh, are you guys converting? And she said, no, we just like attending sometimes. So she
Yeah.
herself had said no.
They're making it clear. There was no conversion happening, and even though Erica was a credo Catholic, and they're telling the truth, by the way, we know this. Erica talks about this on podcasts. Erica very much represented herself as non-denominational. She's got tons of pastors. Everyone's saying, I'm Erica's pastor, I'm Charlie's pastor. But they wanted to shut down the idea that Charlie or Erica was Catholic. And what you should know about that is I am told that
That's
Andrew,
because
this was pre-recorded.
There is a
And
propaganda
throughout
push
this
by
conversation,
Candace and a bunch of other people
because Andrew
to
was
make
texting
people
with
go
Erica
to
throughout
the
this
Catholic
recording to
Church.
ensure that he was okay with what he was saying and what he was sharing. So this public messaging had her stamp of approval. And again, to be clear, it was a pre-record, which took place before Charlie's Catholic funeral mass. A day later, after saying this, you moved to have a Catholic funeral mass. Does that make any sense? Just run that back. Does that make sense in your head? Either Erica or Charlie are Catholic. They just liked to go in smells and bells, but they were committed, non-denominational, and then evangelical for Charlie. So pardon my common sense here. I know that's not allowed. But if you had planned to bury Charlie, who was not a Catholic, according to you, in a Catholic cemetery, why would you not just have him immediately transported to a Catholic funeral home rather than having him moved from Hanson? Moving him suggests that something went wrong, okay? I've been around. You don't just opt to move dead bodies between funeral homes. You don't go, oh, well, we put it in this funeral home, now we're moving to another funeral home, especially if you're choosing to bury someone for religious reasons. Are we allowed to have common sense and say that that's like, yeah, no, that doesn't, something occurred. So here's what happened. We received a tip. And this tip has checked out in a major way. And I'm going to be clear here on what is being alleged and what is not alleged. For some parts, I am not alleging. I'm telling you this is what took place. So regarding Hanson,
I should go back and watch my live streams
with proof that I
so I can see my form.
That the reason that Charlie was brought to Hanson,
Because I have no idea if I'm
was because
straight
the
or not.
company refused
I don't have a
to
mirror or
take
any way to look.
part in a quote unquote mock burial. Okay, mock burial. So that you understand, Why I find this information credible, it's because I read through text messages that were sent to this effect from the people that would have knowledge of this. So I'm going to explain what that is, and or rather, what is meant by that term mock burial in this particular scenario, so there's no confusion. It's considered mock because the deceased is not ultimately going to be buried. Okay, so you can request to have a mock burial either before or after a person is cremated, almost as a celebration. We'd like to have this person in a casket, have a celebration, have a funeral, but this casket is not going to be put into the ground. Actually, we're going to cremate him. So I am told that Hansen declined to participate in a mock burial, so Turning Point USA then had to shop around. And ultimately, they landed upon the Catholic Church because of Erica's very strong ties to the priest. You'll recall just the church in general. If you watched our Bride of Charlie series, we went about Erica's from that area, her background, her high school that she went to. But regarding the priest, to jog your memory, Erica is apparently so close to this priest, despite
Dude,
the
I
fact
can
that she's
literally feel
not
muscles
Catholic,
in my shoulder blades that are
participating
working right now that
there. But that
don't
priest
normally-
who winds up performing that Catholic funeral mass,
even with lifting weights. This
she's
is
so
doing
close
so
to
much
that
more.
rather than bringing her family members to Utah after she finds out that her husband is shot, after she finds out that her husband is assassinated, rather than flying her family members out there, she coordinated to bring the priest. We then saw him around her, traveling with her at future events. There was that Turning Point event in October, which featured the vice president at Ole Miss on October 29th. The priest was with her. He traveled with her there as well. All of that, in retrospect, is rather extraordinary because Turning Point still maintains to this day that Charlie was not flirting with Catholicism. This is something that Blake Neff said the other day. A bishop said otherwise. So I talked to Charlie. But Blake Neff said, nope, never. Die-hard evangelical. So why a Catholic funeral mass if not for the reason that you have a personal relationship with the priest who will grant you a that if this holds true, it means that you have I will do that. I will do what the others are saying that they will not do. It implies that the intention was actually to not have Charlie buried Catholic because he's not Catholic. He did not die Catholic. Now the next part I'm going to tell you is not speculation, it's a fact. On the day of that Catholic funeral mass, Charlie's casket was closed. It's a fact. Afterward, it was in fact taken to a Catholic cemetery, and close friends and family and high net worth donors gathered around that casket one last time. So you're thinking, oh, this must be when he gets lowered into the ground. No, that did not happen. I can tell you that did not happen, and I am not saying allegedly here. Instead, they were then asked to leave. They did not see Charlie taken to a burial plot. They did not see Charlie lowered into the ground. There was no grave that was dug out.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. Wow. I'm super grateful. So I had so my old boss Brad had come by. He dropped some tools off to me and he wanted to see my new house. So his wife and him just came by. I don't know if you guys remember when I was painting that house like 2 years ago when I was working on construction.
Rather, why a Catholic funeral mass if not for the reason that you have a personal relationship with the priest who will grant you a special request that has been refused by others. Not illegal, by the way. I'm not implying that anything that was done was legal. I'm saying that if this holds true, it means that you have. I will do what the others are saying that they will not do. It implies that the intention was actually to not have Charlie buried Catholic because he's not Catholic. He did not die Catholic. Now the next part I'm going to tell you is not speculation, it's a fact. On the
It's pretty good. Not as good as it could be. I don't know. There's definitely something going on. I just don't know what. Tangy, delicious. Set the timer. Also, didn't realize this, but apparently you can apply Thompson's water seal with a pump sprayer. I'm in disbelief. That's what the professional man says. Let's see. Yes, the house that burned down. Yes, yes, yes. It's fucked up too because it wasn't even me that burnt it down. We hired a couple of teenagers. So I don't know if it came out in the end what happened, but so we hired a couple of teenagers to do just like, super duper no thought required stuff. And they did an all right job, but you know what they did? They left rags that had paint thinner and stain, or it was something in one of those cans, the tight screwing lid. They left the lid off. So the hot sun ignited the rags covered in paint thinner or stain or whatever it was. And because the lid was open to the container full of it, the flames ignited the can and exploded and set the house on fire. Yep. Yep. Quite frustrating. Zippity doo dah, zippity hey.
The day of that Catholic funeral mass, Charlie's casket was closed. It's a fact. Afterward, it was in fact taken to a Catholic cemetery.
When I was a kid, I would tear these fucking things up.
Family and my network donors gathered around that casket one last time. So you're thinking, oh, this must be when he gets lowered into the ground. No, that did not happen. I can tell you that did not happen, and I am not saying allegedly here. Instead, they were then asked to leave. They did not see Charlie taken to a burial plot. They did not see Charlie lowered into a ground. There was no grave that was dug out. Rather, they were told, you leave and we'll handle the rest. He's going to be put somewhere unmarked. We don't want you guys to be privy to where that's going to be because we are fearful that they could desecrate, that someone could come, like the left could come and desecrate wherever he's buried. His close family and friends were told this. So the people that were in attendance were then shuttled to a luncheon elsewhere. Again, I am presenting that as a fact. No one who attended Charlie's actual funeral on that day can make a counterclaim that they saw him buried. That would be untrue. They would be lying. They were asked to leave. So when I put that together, I am led to believe that it was indeed a mock burial done as a favor by a friend. Again, not illegal. I am led to believe that he was either before or after cremated. And this ceremony was for family and friends, to have a funeral, but ultimately Charlie was not lowered into the ground on that day. And that is the reason that I believe Erica chose to do a Catholic funeral mass, despite indicating everything to the contrary to the public about Charlie's beliefs, evangelical. So why does this matter? Well, it matters because it would be highly unusual, if that is factual, that he was cremated and it was a mock burial. It would be highly unusual for someone to seek their spouse's cremation before an investigation into their assassination is concluded. Plain and simple, it would be run counter to trying to find answers. And their sensitivity doesn't make sense otherwise. It does not make sense otherwise. What they are selling you is absolute BS, that there is some fear that a leftist trans person is going to come. Go look up anybody recently who has died. You can find where they've been buried. People that are bigger and more prominent. You can Google where George H.W. Bush, presidents, where is he buried? Go Google where JFK Jr. was buried. You can find that. You can find everywhere where they were buried, where who's another recent person? John McCain. You can Google that right now. Where is John McCain buried? So you are telling me that all of these high-flying people who were remarkably controversial, people that are at each other's throats all the time, fighting in politics, are capable of being buried publicly, and you can go visit them publicly, and you can go learn and see the moment that their family members were around and when those plots of were dug out. But you're telling me that Charlie Kirk, it's just no. We are
Not my
so
socks, but my
beautiful.
hands slide.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Yeah. I bet. Can we have one thing? Can we have the truth? Can we have the truth? Anyway, we'll be right back after a break.
No!
Guys, our great
How are you
nation
gonna do me
turns
like that?
250 this year. We represent 2.5 centuries of possibility, growth, and some of the greatest minds in human history. What will the next 250 years look like? The next generation of Americans could be the most impactful, but first they must be given their chance at life. That's why I'm making this critical request today to give a special gift of $250.
Whoa, dude, that is fucking hard. Like, that is really using my muscles.
And special officials snuck away dicks of those that and buying them and the food clearly bounds to code can't following this at checkout. I can also tell you guys that months following this, that took place in September. Months following this,
Out here. Come on, go on another road.
very,
Over here.
very
No.
ran into
Come on,
another set of
I'll give you a
donors
cat
from
treat.
Europe and relayed the same. She was present at the Catholic funeral mass, and she relayed that Charlie was not buried. So it's not; these are not rumors. That those parts I am asserting as fact. Are we to believe he's just been kept above ground this whole time? Or that he was cremated? It makes sense that he was cremated. If you were shopping for a mock burial, there would be no reason, like I said, to move him from one place to the other, and you guys were not shy about Charlie's body. You are being shy because you're hiding something. You guys have just been lying about a lot. I know too much right now, and we're trying to figure out, obviously, as always, when to present certain things, and sometimes I do want to get ahead of myself, but I am sickened by Turning Point USA. I want to put that on record. I am sickened by them, and the truth is going to come out about everything. So, yeah, I know vengeance does not belong to me, but truth belongs to everybody, and everybody can see what this is and feel what this is, and nobody is being convinced by Andrew Colbett's, late night tweeting mispronounced words, or Blake Neff trying to explain to us that the evidence that we see with our own eyes should not be trusted, but we should believe people inside of the courtroom whose own eyes told them something that has never been shared publicly. It doesn't make sense that they would say these things with a screwdriver. What are you talking about? Where is that in the evidence? It doesn't exist. Officer Bagley, it went off. I don't know what happened to my body cam footage right when I found the screwdriver that Blake's obviously referring to. But they're making the mistakes right now, and we have to allow them to continue to make these mistakes.
Okay.
Anyway, yesterday, as I mentioned to you, I think at the top I said prosecution, then defense. It was, in fact, my producer corrected the prosecution. That followed a memorandum. In that memorandum, they highlighted some injuries that Charlie had in his autopsy that the internet is now going, what?
No, it's not.
And I can just read to you this portion, and they're saying that the bullet, or at least parts of it, sequentially perforated the anterior left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck, and the left common carotid and left internal and external jugular veins. So corroded artery. We already knew all this, but you remember that Andrew Colbert particularly told us this next.
I can't remember how is a
the
plank
left
supposed to be
side
done.
of C2
Do you do
second
planks on your
vertebrae
elbows or do you
and
do planks on your
transected the
hands?
cervical spinal cord. So
I don't remember.
he told us it went in this way, just to make this make sense, hit the back, and then went down his vertebrae, right? That's how that artery got obliterated, and then it ricocheted downward, and they're saying, okay, that happened, all right? But he also had other injuries that people have questions about, particularly pertaining to hemorrhages in his lungs, which tend to come from blunt force trauma, and hemorrhages, his heart had hemorrhages, both of his lungs had hemorrhage, and that's what you're seeing at the bottom there. The medical examiner also observed hemorrhaging around Mr. Kirk's heart, both of his lungs, left and right. And so people are taking this one of two ways, okay? Obviously, if we don't know what happened in that car, there are so many stories. I'm not going to pretend to be a doctor here and to understand what can and cannot happen, what you should see if somebody's been shot in the neck, how it would impact their heart and their lungs. You can do a cursory search and determine that your heart and lungs can't hemorrhage if there is no heartbeat. And so this gets into the question of when did his heart stop beating? Because we have Frank Turk, who tells us he realized in those critical minutes that Charlie did not have a pulse. But we have also heard from Erica that, he died instantly. So that's people who are thinking he died instantly, and you know, immediately his heart stopped beating are going to go, okay, well then how was there all this hemorrhaging? But then we've also heard a scenario where they get his heart back going again at the hospital. And if you are, you know, if your heart is going and pumping, of course there's going to be an opportunity for hemorrhaging to take place. It's one of the things that happens after any surgery that takes place is that there are concerns for hemorrhaging. So there's no definitive answer here, and no matter what, even if there was a definitive answer, it's going to be debated both ways. There's also a chance that if you look up how this can happen, how you can have hemorrhaging in your lung and hearts, yeah, you will determine that if something strikes you, blunt force trauma to the heart, that is an injury that is commonly sustained. So people are going, that could be the exploding mic. That could be the exploding mic. No, that could be what happens when he gets hit in the neck and he's fighting and spitting up blood. You're going to see everything, but it's going to get interesting. And it's one of these things that I would love to be able to sit down and have a real doctor who's not paid. We've all survived COVID, so I'm not so keen on people in white coats explaining things. We know that industry has also been hijacked by influencers, so to speak, who told us the most absurd things after COVID. Hop on 1 foot, 6 feet social distancing. This is science. We're so naturally distrusting that we're not going to get a clear answer on that, but it would be interesting to know if he had bruising on his chest, things of that nature, I think are going to tell more of a story, because I am a person who does believe that the microphone exploded on him. And now that I have fully rinsed out any chance that the person on Losey shot Charlie in his neck and that this bullet ricocheted downward and he somehow had this Superman steel neck because he ate lettuce and liked salad, I'm looking for a more reasonable explanation. And it is, in my estimation, a way more reasonable explanation that there were decoys, multiple decoys, people that were told to capture those decoys on the roof, who was just tasked with really running so that they could say, oh, that's where it happened from. It happened from a Losey Center. I don't think it did. I think that military man was tasked with being an acrobat. That's why he looked professional. That's why he looked tactical. And there is a reason why they don't want to bring in.
I really hate that I have to like do this in order to be strong, and I don't want to do any of it.
It
Literally
is
fighting
obvious to
myself.
the turning point is not embarking on a mission to find any truth. Anyway, Skylar, you have the clip of the screwdriver clip from the court hearing. Is that what you have? Oh, okay. Yes. From the prosecution who's asserting that same claim, that they can reasonably, I guess, deduce that the defendant used a screwdriver, and they cite the exhibits 12.1 and 12.4 as proof of that. And it's just not. It's not proof of that. We've never seen that. We have seen no evidence of either a screwdriver or a gun on the rooftop of Losey building. I want you to realize that, because we're at this late stage.
She is definitely a propaganda person.
Because then we show you something.
But that doesn't mean we don't listen to it. Because honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, she's right on point with this Charlie Kirk
The
stuff.
doesn't make any sense, and it's gonna fall apart.
She actually takes too long to say things sometimes. Pisses me off.
But it's going.
Took her a really long time to start calling Erica out.
Questions are going to be asked of Turning Point employees, and why
Everyone was like, Erica had something to do with this. This is wild. And until she met with her face to face, she didn't say anything. So
to exclude Danny Phillip from the equation. Doesn't know who he was driving with. It was Danny Phillip. Why can't you say that? There might be reasons for that. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. And I want to show you this email that I got in Happier News, because it was very funny when we were mocking Frank Turk reading this email about how I'm destroying a marriage. Well, this is actually really nice. Someone who said that I saved their marriage and made me very happy. This person wrote to us, "Hi Candace, after watching your episode with Frank Turk, wrote a letter about how you are ruining someone's marriage. I realized that you actually did help in the recovery of my marriage. My husband and I have had a rough few years after I discovered that he had an emotional affair at work. He eventually left that job and cut that person out of his life, but I resented him for what he did to me. Needless to say, we had little to no conversations that would not end in a fight. I was at my lowest around the time when you had managed to keep Brigitte series coming. I watched in shock the intro episode and mentioned it to my husband. He was intrigued, and we started watching your episodes together after the kids went to bed. There were days that we couldn't stand each other, but the curiosity of the newest episode would bring us together at the end of the day to watch your show. There have been plenty of times when we would start watching your episodes, each pouty, hands crossed, and by the end of it, we were back to talk on talking terms and discussing your newest discovery. While grieving my marriage, I shut out a lot of people, including my sister. We had a falling out, and we didn't talk for well over a year, even though we were close by. At a family gathering, I mentioned your show, and my sister said that she's been watching it as well. It became a neutral topic, which led us to sending each other clips of your show and talking about it. My sister actually encouraged me to write to you and said that she hopes that you will later on your show. Also, I wanted to encourage you as you work through your vivid dreams. Before I discovered my husband's affair, I had vivid dreams where I learned the woman's name and that he was having an affair. At the time when I had the dreams, I asked my husband about them and he denied it all, but recently he reminded me of those dreams and told me that they were scary, spot on. God sometimes uses dreams to speak to us. For a crowd that believes in the Superman myth, it's insane that they would reject the possibility of revelation from dreams. My husband brought me your Making a Sandwich book as a gift. We are in therapy and doing much better. When the Rugged series was launched, we pray for your protection over you and your family as you fight the good fight. Thank you for all of your work. It's not in vain, and it's brought together not just the left and the right, but families too. I'm just really happy to hear that, and just because you said that, my sister hopes that you see it. Well, look, now we're reading it on the show. And the Becoming Brigitte series was, I mean, when I was falling down that rabbit hole, I was going, what on earth is going on in France now? What on earth is happening in America? And yeah, I'm very happy for you and your husband that you're seeing it through and sticking it through. Regarding the dream point, this is like another one of these things where they mock me. I am so not ashamed of the dreams that I had. I know when I am having a silly dream and when I am having something that is paralyzingly, it feels like it's true. I gave an example of that when I knew specific details about a friend being pregnant, like what month baby was going to be born, and it's so funny that the people who want to rift off faith the most are acting like dreams are not very clearly represented in the Bible as messages from God. They can be messages from God. And I know when I had that dream, and I didn't know, but I knew when I had that dream, the fact that I woke up and texted Andrew and I said, Charlie told me that you betrayed him. And I had that dream, and it took place in Israel, the one I told you guys about. And at that time, I thought Andrew Kovac was a good guy. And Charlie said he was betrayed, and then I couldn't hear what he was saying, and I saw Andrew Kovac's face. I knew that was something, and now that we are 10 months into this, why would I doubt my dream? What about that did not, to me, appear to manifest? He's betraying him every single day when he tells lies about who Charlie is, who Charlie was, and what Charlie's going through. And so I just hope that people who spend all this time going through all of our content to try to embarrass me, I hope you know that I'm just not insecure in that way. I don't have that. Like, I'm very aware, I think it's probably because I listened to too much Kanye West music when I was growing up, but I know that that's kind of the key, that's the entry point. They want you to feel insecure talking about things, and because it allows them to mock you, and then you go, oh, I'm not going to say that again. No, I actually had more dreams that I should have shared. I shared with my team. But in the immediate aftermath of Charlie's death, the dreams were so vivid, they were so overpowering, I almost felt like I was being haunted by him. And it was a part of the grieving stage. I wanted them to stop, you know. And I remember talking to my priest because I said, I feel like he must be in purgatory because he feels so near, and I wasn't having these vivid dreams, and they just wouldn't stop. And then there came a point where they did stop. I don't get the vivid dreams like I did after he died, and I hoped that meant that he was no longer in purgatory, and that our prayers for him, and I know Catholic people over the world were praying for him. That meant that he moved on. And I have literally no qualms about sharing that at all. I think Richard was right. I think Charlie was betrayed. I think the rest of the world doesn't need dreams to see that. So, I definitely will. Right back after a break. Alright, you guys, Nimi Skincare makes the best tallow skincare products I've ever used. Their tallow comes from grass-fed, grass-finished cattle that's raised on a Montana farm. And in a world where so many companies hide where their ingredients are coming from, it actually matters. Everyone seems to be talking about tallow these days, but not all tallow is created equally. Nimi has focused on sourcing exceptional ingredients and creating products that people genuinely love to use. That's why I've been using Nimi's Sunshine Tallow Cream and their Buzzin' Tallow Balm. Their Sunshine Tallow Cream has become one of Mimi's most popular products. It's rich, it's nourishing, and it's made with tallow, aloe vera, avocado oil, and shea butter. Of course, free double alba. Loans that you don't actually have to. It allows you to wipe out high interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. So talk to
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. I am Dave Smith. Rob is out today, just me for this episode, but we will both be down in Fort Lauderdale tomorrow and Friday. Me and Rob will be down
Okay,
at Improv,
that's really astute, Joshua.
ComicBooksmith.com if you want to grab tickets. I'll be jumping on a plane tomorrow. My flight, I didn't make it to Cincinnati last night, but I will be doing my best to make it down to Fort Lauderdale tomorrow, and I'm being told flights are all on time and on schedule, so there you go. And of course, I'll be traveling a lot.
Most
over,
no FX
the
fans
rest of the
are
summer and into the
alcoholics.
fall.
It's
So
kind of
come
how it
check
works.
out me and Robbie the Fire Bernstein on
Punks
the road if you can.
are drunks.
We'll be in Appleton, Wisconsin, August 13th through 15th. At the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, Comedy 28th through 30th. Go grab those tickets now. They will sell out quickly, and that's always a real fun weekend. Louisville, Kentucky, Fort Worth and Dallas, Texas, Salt Lake City. Got dates in Las Vegas, in Portland, Maine. Portland on the East Coast. And then San Diego, California. ComicBooksmith.com for all those ticket links. All right. So, today, this morning, some of you may have seen Anthony Fauci.
Did you guys see that? Fauci pled the fifth.
Before Rand Paul's Senate Subcommittee. And I don't know.
Oh, I
this was,
transitioned
to
25
me,
years
a
ago.
Very, very surreal moment.
I have a
And
neo-vagina.
was
I gave birth
surprised by what
vaginally.
happened, which I rarely am. I did not, look, maybe some of you got this right when I got it wrong, but I did not think he was going to go in and plead the fifth the whole time. There's a little bit of a legal question here. It is above my pay grade. Talk to a lawyer friend if you got one. But there is a bit of a question here because of the somewhat unprecedented, or at least certainly unusual nature of Anthony Fauci's pardon. He's, being pardoned for like these blanket crimes. Typically speaking, a pardon, as most people understand it, is like somebody's convicted of a crime and you pardon them for that crime that they've been convicted of. But of course, Tony Fauci has not been convicted of a crime, but did receive a pardon, and it's kind of a blanket pardon, and it's for this long period of time. And then there's questions, people are debating, like whether or not that pardon applies to this testimony also, or whether it doesn't. But I guess kind of the legal question here is that, like, if you're being, if you're being subpoenaed, and you're taking the Fifth Amendment says that you have the right to not incriminate yourself. But if you've already received a pardon, you really can't incriminate yourself. And so if you are pleading the Fifth, then it would have to be for something that you are incriminatable about. And so then it opens up a lot of other legal questions about what could be pursued here, but that is not my area of expertise, and it's not particularly my area of interest. I'm just more interested in kind of the moment and what it says about our country and what people can learn from it. First of all, I'll just say that there is something to me, as I said, it feels very surreal. It's 6 years later, well, a little bit more than 6 years, I guess, because it started in March and we're in the summer, but like 6 years ago today, we were in the height of it. And and it lasted for years and years, and this guy was the face of it. You know, it is true, as Fauci will kind of lean on now when he says, I didn't lock anything down. Like, it is true that he was not a lockdown governor, and he was not the president of the United States of America.
My hair smells like,
but this guy
what's it called?
was literally,
I cannot remember the name of this soap. It's the best smelling soap, bar soap on the planet. This stuff. Chandrika. This stuff. It smells so good. If you get a chance in like a grocery store and you see this, they sell it at Whole Foods, they sell it at World Market, they sell it at Fred Meyer, probably Publix. If you find this, smell it and you'll see what I'm talking about. It smells so good.
Everybody, we all lived through this together, right? I'm not exaggerating when I say he was the face of the government response to the pandemic. And more than just the face of it, he was, his role.
I have had a house since June 15th. That was my move day.
Scientific rationale.
A whole month and a half.
The totalitarianism. Like, yes, there's this governor who just declared it illegal for you to have a funeral for your father. And, you know, you, American citizen, might be wondering to yourself in some faint part of your mind, like, but I thought this was the United States of America. How can the government possibly say it's illegal for me to go to work and illegal for me to have a funeral for my dad, and illegal for me to have like a play date with my kids? Like, how can the government possibly say that they don't have the right to? But hey, we got this guy in a white coat who's got all this science, you know, to tell you that. So like, that's the role this guy played. And okay, now this thing COVID, as I talked about a little bit on the last episode or 2 episodes ago, but you know, this thing COVID, you know, understand for me personally.
I just want to show you. So my house is so fucking nice, right? Just look at this. Look at how clean and how new and how pristine and nice. Just look at that. That's Elliot's bed. Why are you in here? It's fucking hot in here. Why don't you go downstairs where it's not hot? I'll get the fan for you, I guess. Oops, it's time. My kitchen timer's going off. Oh yeah, so here's my living room. It's so pretty. My kitchen. This is where I dry my laundry. Here's Orly's yard. And this is my kitchen. I got a laundry room and another bathroom. And a whole ass fucking garage. Can you believe? Okay, so pretty much everything that you see inside this house was in my bus, except for the washing machine. All this stuff was inside of a fucking bus. Can you believe it? Except for the couch and the chair. This was outside. But all this shit was in the house, in the bus with me. What the hell is the screen doing? There we go. Oh yeah, and wait, I'll show you all my propagations. So I just got all these propagations today from someone. I'll get to it in a second. Let's leave it for 2 hours this time. And then we bake it. Actually, I might do one more stretch and fold. Let me do one more stretch and fold. Set a timer for 30 minutes from now.
30 minutes, counting down.
It's okay, it's my bread. Doesn't matter. And I did. I rinsed my hands off. That's right, flavor. I brewed my own bacteria for the sourdough. Literally. Like, I fermented fruit skin in a jar for 3 days, and then after it started to bubble, I took that water and I added flour to that, and then over the course of a week, I just fed it, discarded, fed it, discarded, fed it, discarded, and got it really, 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 like, it's a virulent strain of lactose something bacteria.
Personally, and I'm not trying to just make it about me,
And
obviously.
yeast.
This was a
And
huge
it's
thing for
absolutely
the country.
crazy how
Upended tens of millions of people.
my refrigerator broke right after I moved in. My refrigerator's been broke for like 2.5 weeks or something like that. And I didn't realize my fridge was broke for it's probably been broken longer than that. But I only realized it like 2 weeks ago. And so everything in my fridge was not cooling down to the proper temperature. And so I had made this sourdough starter. It's called Livetto Madre. It's a old Italian Nana sourdough starter. And the way that it's different from normal sourdough starter, it is a stiff dough. So normal sourdough starter is really liquidy and gooey. This shit is like hard. It's hard, and you can store it for decades. And then when you're ready to use it, you just like peel the outer skin off of it and use the stuff on the inside. You wake it up by giving it some sugar water, and it'll come back to life. But anyway, so my Livetto Madre starter that I had made and got going was in the refrigerator for a month easily, and it was all fucked up temperatures. Like, it was probably most, like, at best 50 degrees in the refrigerator because the fan wasn't working. So the freezer was getting cold, but the refrigerator wasn't, because the fan wasn't blowing cold air into the refrigerator. So anyway, the fact that I was able to bring that shit back to life is absolutely crazy to me. I can't believe it. If it was a normal sourdough starter, it would have been dead. The sourdough starter that I'd bought had already died long ago. It was very hard to like get going and keep alive. But this Livetto Madre sourdough starter is so powerful, and it's so good. Like, it makes a delicious sourdough. The only problem is that I have been making rookie mistakes that I've been experimenting. I've never made bread before. I've never made sourdough before. So, like, I've never really had a kitchen and the interest all at one place. So, I've made bread a bunch, but not like at home. So it's just pretty exciting. Very excited that, my particular sourdough is like incredibly powerful and strong. I think I need to get a dehydrator. If I could get a dehydrator, I would send, if you just send me the cost of like the stamps that it would take to ship it, I would literally send so many people samples of this Livetto Madre starter, because I am curious to know if it transports, if it wakes up, if it dehydrates well like that. Like, there's just so many things that I'm curious about. I want to experiment with it. I'm also curious if I send it if I proof it so that it develops a skin on it, like I let it dry out. If I do that and then I send it out in like an ice pack, I'm wondering if it's like basically like if it was stored in a cellar or something. Like, it doesn't have to be ice cold, but cool. So it would at least be protected in shipping. I don't know. I'm curious. I want to experiment with that. I would love to give people some of this starter because it's unbelievable. And I just want to see what would happen with this starter in the hands of someone who actually knows what they're doing. I want to see what the bread looks like, you know? What? What do you agree with Eddie about? Have a great evening, Jenny. Oh God, good luck driving to Portland. Do I sell what at all? No, I don't sell anything, but I would be happy to give you guys stuff. I'm not trying to sell anything like that.
People's lives. It's COVID and the COVID response. Let's be clear, the response, because sometimes when you say COVID, it still makes it sound like you're talking about the virus. But what I'm talking about right now is the lockdowns and the mandates and all of that stuff. That there's really almost no other policy in my lifetime that you could compare it to where it upended so many people's lives, tens if not hundreds of millions of people in the country, and almost nobody escaped it unscathed.
I know, right? Call me green.
There's almost nobody whose life wasn't at least somewhat affected
What does
by
that
COVID
mean?
in some way. There's, like,
What is
literally, you
BBS?
have to go to people who
Be
are
back
like really
soon?
living rural lifestyles, to have been completely unaffected by it. And anyway, so and this guy was the face of it. Now, again, like I said, for me personally, this was also a time where I kind of made my bones in the industry, and my show took off and my profile took off, and a lot of it was over this issue. I was going on Rogan's podcast, man, at the height of COVID, and we were going so hard against this, and it was a crazy time. It was a crazy time. I remember, literally, you got to understand, for me, I was just, really just starting to bubble up a little bit in my career. And all of a sudden, I'm on Rogan's podcast, and Fauci and President Biden are directly responding because of the misinformation that we put out on the show. Anyway, for me, it was a thing that I took a very hard stand on. It was a very big issue. It became like this national thing. I was on a lot of the biggest shows, about it, did a lot of debates about the topic. And now, 6 years later, to see this guy, this pathetic
My
little
knees are
demon,
crunching.
come back testifying before Congress or before the Senate subcommittee. He's been given a pardon. It's like it's this guy
Knees are
talked-
crunching.
So as he was filling the
No,
role
I don't have a bread
of,
maker.
Being the face of selling the totalitarianism with pseudoscience bullshit justifications.
I mean, I do. I'm the
mean,
bread
he spoke
maker.
with such certainty. He lectured the rest of us. He very casually told, with
I
no
do have a
problem
bread
told the
maker,
rest of
but
us,
it's in
we
the
just didn't
bus,
understand
so I don't
science,
think
and
I
that's
have
why
it
you
anymore.
plebs were going to have to give up Christmas
Everything in the
for
bus is
third year
scrapped
in a row.
now, I think.
That's why you couldn't
the
have
bus
a
got
funeral
scrapped
for your dad.
yesterday.
That's why you couldn't go see your suicidal, depressed aunt. Millions of real stories like this. That why your autistic son's special needs school ought to be shut down, and he's justifying it off this science, and then it gets revealed that he is completely full of shit the whole time to cartoonish levels. It's now been revealed, it's a slam dunk, and he comes back and pleads the fifth. Just absolutely torches his own credibility, proves all of us critics of him right, and just lets you know that he cannot answer these questions because they really might, even with an auto pen goddamn pardon, his lawyers are going, we're not comfortable with you answering these questions because they might incriminate you criminally. That's what's going on here. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Gold.
All the time when I get into a stretchy position, that's when they decide to do this fucking commercial shit.
And they I'm not, if anyone wants to be like, oh, so you're saying if anyone ever pleads the fifth or something like that, then that means that's evidence of their guilt or something. But it's like, now, dude, the idea of the Fifth Amendment is to protect people from a tyrannical government. Okay, that's actually kind of the idea of all the amendments, if you really want to go look at them, or just about most of them, most of the good ones, especially the early ones. But the idea is that if the government's trying to prosecute you, if the government is trying to, this is the idea of the Fifth Amendment, right? If the government is trying to deprive you, a citizen, of your liberty, then you have certain rights before they can just take your liberty away. And one of those rights is that you have the right to not incriminate yourself, right? Okay, that's very different from saying a government employee has the right to not incriminate himself when being asked questions about depriving all of the American people of their basic rights. I mean, it's pretty obvious to see what a basic perversion that is. But look, we're going to go through some of the hearing here. I don't know, what else to say about this. It's infuriating to look back on it. It's also, there is something cathartic about it. It's crazy how in the span of really a few short years, because if you go back to, I say it was 6 years ago, but really it was even less than that, because through in the summer of 21, 5 years ago, Fauci was absolutely on top. Biden was in now, and he was running the vaccine mandate regime, and he was, you know what I mean? Like, he was on top of his game. And then it was like a full year after that where it had started to crack. And then by a full year after that, a lot of people had woken up to the bullshit. This was only a few years ago between when he was, well, let's just play, before we even get into this, right here, Natalie, let's play the famous clip, which we played before on the show and a bunch of people have seen. Let's play the Dr. Fauci, the second to last clip that I sent you there, Natalie, that Dr. Fauci, the science. This was him during his reign. This was actually him when it was starting to crack a little bit. Hold on, no, not this one. I wanted to play it's like the second to last clip, I think, that I had sent you. In the clip, yes.
I wonder if I could do a split yet. I haven't been able to do a split since I was like 11.
Realizes that there's a distinct anti-science flavor to this. So if they get up and criticize science, nobody's
I can almost do a split.
But if they get up and really aim their bullets at
We're 42 years old.
There's a person there.
I really got to hand it to myself.
To criticize, but they're really criticizing science. Because I represent science.
I represent science.
All right, so there you have it. This is what Fauci would say. And again, this is just a little taste. There's a million of these. There's a great, of course, Tom.
I don't want to go any further.
Oh God, I'm blanking on. I'm sorry, this is terrible. But, what's his name? My favorite.
Soon.
Twitter
I'll be able to do it soon.
Sorry, I'll look it up right here. Tom Elliott. I'm sorry. My apologies. Tom Elliott. The Twitter account is great on this, and then Maze. There's an account like Maze, I think is the account. They're great on these. They put out these compilation videos of Fauci, and you can just see all the stuff. But just to remember, to remind everybody, and this is part of the reason, a really substantial part of the reason why there's so much love and camaraderie amongst all of us who were opponents of the COVID tyranny, who were against the lockdowns and the mandates and the stupid vaccine.
I just wish that I could pull
absolute
this
delusional
muscle
hysteria
and stretch it.
It's like hard. It was a moment of society losing their minds, led from the top, with all of the people at the top trying their best to make the people crazy, to pushing this mass psychosis on the people to the point that, I remember being in it, and I had like a 2-year-old at the time, and being at like a playground and there's parents there masking up their 3-year-old. This is like in 2022. We had been living with COVID for 2 years, and we all kind of figured out what it was. We had all had it and gotten over it. We had all and they're still and they'd be giving me looks like, you got your 2-year-old here without a mask, and you're like, I'm gonna put a mask on my 2-year-old? Like, are you insane? They're just crazy thing. And it was led from the top. And Okay, so this is anyway. My point is the reason why all of us who fought against that have so much love for each other, and the reason why all
Now
of
we're
us get so
talking.
angry about this shit and say things like this guy needs to be in prison, and just how there has to be a huge reckoning for what happened, is that it's not just that the government overnight essentially instituted totalitarianism, and they went, hey, we're on lockdown. They actually just look. I'm like a hardcore radical libertarian. I've probably read like 40 books on libertarianism in my life, which is a weird thing to do. Granted, admitted. Not a brag, but I'm really into it. But all of these like far too many conversations and debates and read books about like what exactly it means to be a free society and what the role of government ought to be and all of these things that people who are interested in that type of thing think about a lot. But even for people who don't think about that stuff at all, most people in the United States of America just took for granted that, like, we're a free country. That means something. Like, the government can't just say it's illegal to go to work tomorrow. They can't just, like, arbitrarily divide us into essential and non-essential Americans and then say the essential ones are first-class citizens with rights to work and the non-essential are second-class citizens who don't have the right to work. They can't just, like, institute an apartheid system where, like, vaccinated people can go to Knicks games, but unvaccinated people are not allowed to go. Okay, but they did all of that. You know, we had this idea that they weren't allowed to do it, but they did do all of that. And they did it, at least starting with the lockdowns, overnight. And so they're instituting this totalitarianism. It's based off bullshit. The science is absolutely ridiculous. Not a leg to stand on, which is why even Fauci in his emails and journals is totally contradicting what he was saying publicly. Okay? But then, as if that wasn't bad enough, this is what really gets us angry. I mean, the first part's pretty bad. The whole totalitarianism based on bullshit part is bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to downplay that part. That had an effect, for sure. But then on top of that, to add insult to injury, when any of us would, like, just ask the most common sense questions, make the most common sense point, take apart the obvious bullshit in the narrative, which was not that challenging to do. When we would do that, this motherfucker's role was to get on TV and bash us. Like, it's not like he was getting on there to explain the science. He was getting on there to, even in this little clip, and you could see it in those montages that I referenced before, just over and over and over again, he'd get on there and tell you immediately that all the people criticizing him hate science. And they're really just anti-scientific, morons who don't know what they're talking about, blah, blah. Meanwhile, we were calling the whole thing right the entire time. Meanwhile, if you right now were to go and put my track record versus Fauci's track record, I got probably a score of like 98% of it right, and he got maybe 2%. I mean, it was like with every little thing. And now, of course, it's been revealed that he knew that he wasn't just getting it wrong, he was lying. And so, and by the way, it doesn't have to be my record. Put Rogan's record up against him. By the way, as I know I've brought up over the years, but I'm sorry, if this happened to you, you'd probably bring it up a few times too. But so when I was on Rogan, at the time, this was like the biggest thing that had ever happened to me, or the biggest thing I was ever part of. But one of the episodes I was on Rogan, I'm trying to see if I can remember this exactly correctly, but it was, so this was during the vaccine mandates. And at one point, me and him, I had said, I forget the exact thing, and it wasn't about me, it was about what he was saying, because they were flipping out, obviously, over the biggest media guy being totally against their narrative, and heroically, kind of bringing that information to the masses, if you ask me. And I said I would never give the vaccine to my kids. I guess maybe, I don't know if my son had been born at that time, but I said I would never give it to my kid or kids. And I was like, it was still an experimental vaccine at the time, and it was very clear. I mean, this was years into COVID. It was super clear that kids just weren't at risk of the thing. Kids didn't have negative outcomes from COVID. It is almost impossible, like statistically impossible, to find kids that didn't have like severe underlying health conditions who had any negative outcomes with COVID. And so I was like, why would I give them an experimental vaccine for something that's not a problem? And then Joe, being the ballsy motherfucker he is, he took it a step further, and people may not respect this, but at the time it was ballsy. He goes, I'd recommend to young people, I wouldn't recommend you get the vaccine. I'd recommend just be really healthy, eat really good, get outside, like be really healthy. Now, This is what Fauci responded to. This is what Biden responded to. They called us out for spreading misinformation. And now, at the time, Fauci said he went on a whole thing where he called us out for spreading misinformation, and then he said, what Joe Rogan doesn't understand is young people don't get vaccinated for them. They get vaccinated for the old people, because if they get the vaccine, they can't pass the virus on. So, for the record, in hindsight, Joe Rogan's advice was for young people to get really healthy. And Fauci countered with, if you get the vaccine, you can't get the virus and pass it on. Joe Rogan's take aged like wine. It is undeniably great medical advice. In fact, in the United States of America in 2026, the best medical advice you could get is to be healthy and have a healthy lifestyle. And Fauci's claim was demonstrably proved wrong. Oh, by the way, and his diaries proved that he knew they were wrong when he was making them. Yeah, the diary entry when he said is from before that. So, like, what can I say? Just devastating. Like, there actually is no question at this point. Anyway, I want to go. Let's play here. So Fauci spoke for 5 minutes, and then didn't answer a single question. Pled the fifth to every single question that was asked. The whole rest of the thing. So yeah. Rob had speculated the other day if Fauci was going to come in looking like Mueller, like a slow old man. I thought there was a chance of that. I did not think he was just going to plead the fifth the whole time, but he didn't look like a slow old man. He looked like he hasn't lost a step, which makes you hate him even more. Hard to hate senile people. But here, let's play his 5 minutes that he said. This is the only thing he said besides pleading the fifth, but we'll play some of the other moments. I gotta say, I can't even put into words how appalled I was by this opening. It's everything that is wrong with the country and the government and the ruling elite. But here he is. Here is this little weasel, all these years later, having not only been proven wrong about everything that he said with certainty, not only proved wrong about everything he said with certainty while demonizing a huge percentage of the American people who stood up and pointed out that he was wrong about everything. Not only being after proven wrong about everything, but now being proven to be a liar about the false public statements he was making in defense of government totalitarian policies. Here is his Fauci's statement. Well, actually, I guess we're going to hear Rand Paul's opening, Fauci's 5 minutes, and then into a little bit more Rand Paul, but we'll go through all of it, and we'll pause where necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The accusation that the committee has denied access to the minorities' records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website. We put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's practice in this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth?
Maybe you can skip ahead a little bit now, I apologize. Yeah, just at the beginning of him talking, that's fine.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently is publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars.
All right, so let's pause it. Let's pause it right here.
Any reason?
Let's pause it right here and really just take this apart for a second. First of all, the claim comes in, and I love this at the beginning where it goes like, okay, first of all, I've been in public service for so many years, okay? This is one of the worst things about the government, is that they create these this I've been in public service. And so in some ways you're like beyond reproach, you know? You've been in public service. Like as if we're somehow to believe that they're all servants to us somehow. They've been serving you loyally for years. You know, my let's take for example like my dentist. Okay, my dentist happens to be a really good guy. Good dentist too. Really good guy. Like the guy. He's a fan of the show too. So you might hear this. So my dentist though, like he's a real good guy. He's a real good dentist. I like him a lot. He's I don't know, maybe 15 years older than me. He's probably been in dentistry for a good 20, 25 years. But if like you would just never hear him going off on how he's dedicated his whole life to the service of teeth and the service of other people, and that because of that you have to recognize what a great person he is, you know? Like if someone were to talk to you like that, like right away you'd be like, I don't know, dude, he's been a dentist for 25 years. He's probably got a net worth of $4 million, and he's got a beautiful summer home and a beautiful house and has made a beautiful career for himself. I'm like, by the way, that's not doubting that he's done service. A lot more service than someone working at the NIH has. Like he's actually repaired people's teeth when they needed it. And like he's done a service to the community, but at the same time we go, yeah, dude, but you get paid for that service. You don't just do that out of the goodness of your heart. You're a self-interested creature and you're making your money. Okay, Fauci has a net worth of like $15 million. Let's sit here and tell me about this service that he has. He's such a servant. Well, you're just a, what? I don't know, a ruler? But, you know, you make 40 grand a year and he's worth 15 million. So, I don't know. First of all, that's a bunch of bullshit. And then he's going to sit here and say, well, I've testified. I respect, you know, congressional oversight because I've testified a whole bunch of times before. Yeah, and that's what's in question when you lied before Congress, which has now been demonstrated once again by these diary entries. And so, oh, I respect the oversight of Congress. You know, it's like if I went in, you know, to a court and I went to all my court appearances and then they found the murder weapon and then I came in and said, well, you know, I've obviously demonstrated that I respect the court of law, but I'm just not doing this one. I'm sorry. Okay, well, then that kind of defeats all the previous ones. And so, you know, and then what can you say, man? What can you say about this is his claim? Listen, man, there are at least like 5 or 6 bombshells in the diary entries, including one entry where he writes that they did gain of function. Well, he doesn't write gain of function. He actually writes GOF. But he goes, we funded GOF research at the Wuhan lab. And he testified under oath.
Yep, standing on my laundry.
He didn't fund gain of function research. So unless he can come up with GOF standing for something other than gain of function research, which I guess is possible, but it sure seems like that's a big one. Him admitting that the vaccine.
Nobody gives a fuck.
That the vaccine waned not only against
The people who I actually give a fuck about know the context that I'm busy as hell.
Infection. He knew that way before when he was saying the exact opposite.
And that laundry takes like
like
6 hours to dry.
That were clearly demonstrated. So then he goes. His response is,
I'll get to it.
Rand Paul's like totally obsessed with me.
I always do. In my own fucking time.
Like, totally obsessed with me. Well, okay,
my shit,
but that's all, like,
my life,
what?
My timing.
You're just like a chick in high school. You're the face of the pandemic response. That's a reasonable thing to be obsessed with if Rand Paul is obsessed with this. Like saying you're obsessed with the Kennedy assassination or obsessed with 9/11 or you're obsessed with the war in Iraq or something. It's like, well, yeah, we should have justice for all those things. I don't know. And it's just, and then for him to say it's just to embarrass me. Well, okay, listen. And I say all that because this is the most important part of all of that. But just think about this, guys. Think about this. When you plead the Fifth Amendment, you are saying I am exercising my right to not criminally implicate myself. You're not saying I'm exercising the right to not embarrass myself. So for him to go out here and say Rand Paul is just trying to embarrass me, so I'm going to plead the Fifth, makes absolutely no sense. That's an absurd thing to say. And for him to sit here and say, well, Rand's trying to make
30 minutes
good
already?
on his promise that I'll end up in prison, and that's why I have to plead the Fifth. Well, I'm sorry, but that does not follow. There's a real admission in there. That's what. Okay, so if you answer these questions, what? He'll make good on his promise that you will.
Instead of pressing pause, of course, I swiped away. Nope, not single. See? No dogs allowed. It's funny. You guys find out I'm trans and then ask if I'm single. Yeah, I make my own sourdough starter as well. I fermented fruit and then I harvested the yeast off the fruit and turned it into a sourdough starter. So the only thing in there, other than bacteria that have been harvested from the fruit, all that's just flour and water and salt, and that's it. That's all that's in my bread. I've made terrible mistakes. This is my most recent fuck up. I accidentally overproofed my dough, which means that I accidentally left it out to rise before baking too long. So it rose and then it went and collapsed. And that's when I caught it. wish I could find a place where I could get real whole milk that still has the cream on it. I want cream so that I can make butter. Homemade butter tastes way better. Very easy to make. Don't be weird, Steven. My Taco Bell order? Different. Usually it varies, but I really like the potatoes. I like the potato burrito. I like the Crunchwrap Supreme. Usually I get it with no tomatoes, because then I can make sure that they're making it fresh and it's not just one they made like an hour ago. I also usually get like baked beans, because the Taco Bell meat can kind of fuck with my stomach sometimes, so I prefer usually to get the black beans, but I just wanted the real deal today. A crunchy taco supreme. Sometimes you just get those boxes, the like Lux box or the Discovery box or whatever, but that's just because I want to not think about what I want to order. I'll let Taco Bell decide for me. But today I got a Crunchwrap Supreme and 3 crunchy taco supremes. A burrito supreme and a taco supreme. Taco Bell's using different lettuce now. Taco Bell is the reason why we found out who the actual lettuce came from. Taco Bell's getting a bad rep because they were the ones that have... Taco Bell has a very good tracking system. Taco Bell was the first ones to go, hey, this is the lettuce that is contaminated and this is where it came from. Which is why everyone calls it the Taco Bell lettuce. But it's just Taylor Farms. Taylor Farms supplies like everybody. And Taylor Farms gets their fucking lettuce from like actually Mexico. And they are using human shit for fertilizer, okay? That's why everyone's getting cyclospora. Is because the lettuce is contaminated with fecal matter. And only that will happen. It's such a large rate. Also, Taylor Farms was shipping out contaminated lettuce for 6 weeks. So this was a fertilizer thing. Think about it. Everyone is talking, all the farmers are talking about right now how high fertilizer costs are. Do you think Mexico has as strict regulations as we do here in America? No. That's why they can get away with using human fucking shit. That's what they're doing. The fertilizer is too expensive. And Mexico's like, we're not paying that shit. Fuck, I have no ice cream. No chocolate. I do have chocolate, actually. I could make a quesadilla. I could make a quesadilla.
Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa.
Ooh, you know what I could make? I could make chocolate friggin' French toast. getting hot. Oh, come on, dude. Dude, power and water are expensive. It's unbelievable. Yeah, well, they're not going to use lettuce as toilet paper. That's stupid. I mean, if they do, then that particular piece of lettuce is going to get thrown away. They're not going to... What they're doing is it's on a large scale. They're taking raw sewage and they're spraying it into their field. Like it's not like, oh, a couple of workers are taking a dump in the fucking fields and wiping their butt with lettuce. No, this is fucking... It's so widespread. All the lettuce was contaminated because all the lettuce got fertilized with biosolids. Oh. I wonder if I put this in a tortilla with chocolate, if it would be good. You got me head over heels. There's nothing up to do. If you really feel the way I do. I don't know if you're that hungry, girl. You should stop there. Your eyes are bigger than your stomach. Yeah, 6 weeks before it was discovered is how long they were doing it for. On top of Old Smoky. Oh, did I turn the wrong one on? I sure fucking did. All covered with... Actually, I gotta just move them over. How about that? How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? I am making, what is it called? French toast, and I'm going to melt some chocolate, white chocolate, and these are just not very good, but chocolate stuffed French toast.
These are frozen French toast sticks. You sure are taking an awfully long time.
What are you doing? Come back, Jack. I'm on the corner, and when you kiss her, well, when you finish something, when you finish something. Oh, I've been sitting on my own. Ooh, hello. This is the best ants on a log I've ever made. Perfection. Just the right amount. Y'all just sit there and do that thing I like. Melting. Melting. I don't know why, but I just got chills. I could do that, couldn't I? You can't stop the rock, can't stop the rock. Well, punch me in the face and call me a hooker. To drink some fiber before I eat all this sugar. Sweetie pie. If you consume fiber before you consume sugar, it will make it so that you don't have a spike in your glycemic index, aka you can eat sugar and not get diabetic. It's not late, it's only like 7:30. Now I'm guaranteed to take a nice big shit tomorrow. I love that Metamucil, man. Get to make a meduca. He's sniffing away. Metapoopsel. Gut health matters.
Will end up in prison. So, you know, I'm sorry, but we have now, I mean, this is as open shut, objective, like obvious analysis as you can get, to the point that literally anyone disagreeing with this statement can be dismissed as just being bad faith. That we objectively have it on record that you were saying that you were writing different things in your diary, things that contradict your public statement at the time when you were on the Corona Task Force response team, and you were nationally the face of the thing after this long career at the NIH. Yeah, that's reasonable questions to ask. That's not, oh, you're just trying to humiliate me. That's not something
really hot.
The Fifth Amendment
But
over. So just just the level of entitlement. And also,
White chocolate and the chocolate mixed together.
His opening. I would just point out here, what a disgusting person Fauci is. You know, if nothing else, right? Fauci got a whole lot wrong, and he's admitted this. You know, he's admitted, he based his whole thing on the 6-foot rule, and he's admitted that that was not based on science, that came out of nowhere. It was just kind of something that appeared, and we just started going with that. He straight up said, if you get the vaccine, you can't get the virus and you can't spread the virus. You know, like, even if you're being the most charitable, let's say you're the biggest Fauci fan in the universe. He was just trying to help. He's a loyal public servant. Okay, even you have to admit that was wrong. That was bad information. And real things happened as a result of that. Like, in other words, when you tell someone, forget even my, attitude about the government tyranny. Let's just say the actual germ itself, the virus. Fauci told a whole bunch of people, if you get the vaccine, you can't get it. You can't spread it. Do you know how many people maybe wouldn't have gone and seen their grandma? Would have made a choice, but they were like, no, I got the vaccine, I'm protected, and then went. Like, people died from the virus because of Fauci. Obviously, people died from the lockdowns. People died from the riots that happened as a result of the lockdowns. People died from the economic, but no matter what, even if you're being really generous to Fauci, he messed up a lot. He got a lot wrong. And there is not even a sense of contrition about that. And the fact that he was, think about the Joe Rogan example. The fact that he was mocking people and smearing them as they got it right while he got it wrong. And he doesn't go up here with an ounce of, apologetic
humility
tone, or much less actually give an apology for some of the things he got wrong. No, Rand Paul's totally obsessed with me for releasing these diaries that embarrass me. That's truly the real victim of COVID tyranny, is Tony Fauci. Now, let's keep playing.
Person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me.
He's shaking.
Will readily come to the same conclusion.
Yo, look at this. Look at the paper in his hand.
Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you. We will now begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress, with a penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know, what was the rationale? What was the discussion? How, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan? How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China? On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
All right, so there you go. And so, okay, so here, we can stop the clip here. And it continues on like that forever. Every question that he's asked, this is his response. And, look, what can I say? You be the judge. But think about, how reasonable the question that Dr. Paul just asked Fauci was.
I was literally just thinking that.
Why did you fund this lab?
Are you sorry?
Where the virus almost certainly came from. You know how reasonable a question it is for the American people to demand an answer to that question. And here, I'm sorry, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I'd love to argue this with someone, but you're gonna tell me, it's again, this is why I mentioned the personal stuff, because it's hard not to, because it is just kind of surreal. I remember when And again, don't get me wrong. A lot of people throughout history have risked their lives to stand up and tell the truth. So I'm not brave, and neither is anybody else in the podcaster class. But there were, it was a crazy time. It was very unpopular to stand up against this guy. He was treated as if he was like an entity above politics. This wasn't a politician. This was, as he just told you in that clip we played, this was science. I'm sorry, man. Like, you could have your arguments with Nancy Pelosi or Mitch McConnell, but if you have an argument with Tony Fauci, you just have a problem with science. This is how religious, the claim was. And okay, so in this time, the people who did stand up and criticize that guy, they really risked censorship and deplatforming. A lot of people's careers were really damaged off of it. There was tremendous pressure on all of us who opposed the thing.
I am married.
I must say, it's kind of vindicating to see years later, the man, none short of the man, Anthony Fauci himself, sitting there while Rand Paul asks him, why did you fund the lab where this virus was made? And Dr. Fauci looks into the camera and says, I can't answer that because you can't force me to criminally incriminate myself. Ain't that something? Here, let's jump. There were some good other clips of Congressman grilling him, and obviously he's not going to answer any questions. Spoiler alert, we already know that. But here, let's jump to the next clip, Natalie.
What I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of $12 million.
Fauci's face, he's not even looking up. He's just looking down and blinking.
Awards during COVID, during a 12
Wow, actually, hold on. I want to show you guys Fauci's face. Make him while this guy's saying this to him. I hate this politician, but... All right, look at Fauci's face.
What I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of...
I think he kind of feels guilty a little bit.
You got over $1 million in cash awards during COVID, during a 12-month, 24-month span during COVID. $1 million you knocked down in cash money.
Way more than that, he's thinking.
Now you're worth more than $12 million. You got a pension that in its first year paid out north of $400,000 a year. 1 million people dead, you're getting rich. 1 million people dead, you're using federal employees to get cash awards for you. 1 million people dead, and you're here taking the fifth because you don't want to admit that what really happened in all that time was a multi-month, multi-year course of self-dealing. Isn't that true, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, well, silence is admission. And here's the real thing. At the end of the day, it wasn't just about the money, really, was it? It was really about a power trip. I mean, through all of this, you want to be the most famous scientist in the world. You were so focused on getting every award and every drop of cash that you could, all because you wanted to be on TV. You wanted to be the sun god of science. You wanted to be the guy who was in charge of it all. You wanted to lambast Trump. You wanted to make sure that nobody else stole your spotlight. You wanted to be the guy. You had time to sit for InStyle magazine. Here's what you were doing with your time. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you can't answer questions for the American people. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you're here taking the fifth. You could sit for InStyle magazine and get $1 million in cash awards. But now the cat's got your tongue. I bet he does. I tell you what, here's my conclusion from all this. This was really all about you the whole time. Somewhere along the way, you lost your way. You may have been a good public servant.
Right, we can bail on this.
But I can tell you from...
Listen, I don't get me wrong. I understand. This is all political theater. That right there, that was some good political theater. And being used against him. Don't get me wrong, by the way, guys. I notice all the congressmen who weren't good on this issue at the time, who were there, who now try to look really good. Don't get me wrong. I see Ben Shapiro. We all know Ben Shapiro was saying get the vaccine dopes and lecturing his own audience and stuff. But now when it's real easy, he'll be knocking Fauci. Oh, he was always against the lockdowns or whatever.
Poking another part of my nose.
Who come over and jump on board late in the game. This is, by the way, happens on every single issue. That's every controversial political issue. If you take an unpopular stance.
All right, let's listen to something cute.
I
for a
believe
bit.
the 2004 movie Sleepover is just super bad for tween girls, and the fact
Maybe
that
this
it's
here
been
without breaking
dismissed
it.
as a cringy, terrible early 2000s movie is a cultural crime, and I'm its defense attorney. Also, forgive me for forgetting my pantsuit. I have this Aeropostale Bedazzled t-shirt I found instead. Hope that will suffice and still make you take me seriously. Reviews, Reddit threads, blog posts, YouTube videos have been made about how bad Sleepover is. People say it's problematic, it's cringy, it's bad, something only tween girls would like, but also too mature for tween girls. Right. The Rotten Tomatoes score for this movie is abysmal, and the Letterboxd score
Holy
is
crap.
not much better. Everyone across the board seems to unanimously agree that Sleepover is one of the worst movies ever made. This situation is a little bit personal for me because this is my absolute #1 favorite early 2000s movie. Hey, I understand nostalgia can really put on some rose-colored glasses, but I rewatched this movie with my mom and sister recently. I still believe this movie did not deserve the barrage of critiques it's received.
Okay, now
I
let's try
actively
that.
avoid anything talking about Sleepover, anything referencing Sleepover, because it's really personal. But I feel brave today.
Do you know what happens to girls who start high school with no best friend, no guy, and low social standing? Nothing.
The film begins with voiceover from Julie. Julie is played by Carmen Cortez. Carmen Cortez is played by Alexa Vega. This was released 1 year after Spy Kids 3D, in which Carmen Cortez was barely in it. And I was
Golly, man, my
pissed,
fucking shoulder
actually.
is
But
like
I'm not
fucking
talking about Spy
hurting.
Kids
Holy,
3D
it's
today.
like bone
There's always
rubbing
the
against
movie
bone doing
after
that.
the big
Feels good. It hurts.
franchise
Just
where
feels
the
like it needs to
actor
crack.
is like dipping their toe in something outside of a project that they're known for. So was it disrespectful for me to call her Carmen Cortez because this was her doing something outside of Spy Kids? Maybe it was. But also at the heart of everything, she's Carmen Cortez, and I think that's really special, and that's a really beautiful thing to be, is Carmen Cortez. Again, not talking about Spy Kids. We're talking about Sleepover. Julie is our main character. It's the last day of middle school, and her best friend, Hannah, is moving away. Absolutely devastating information for any young girl to hear, that your best friend's moving away. That happened to me. My best friend Shannon moved away in freshman year. Julie, unfortunately, doesn't seem to really have a connection deeply with any other people besides Hannah, so she relies heavily on Hannah, and Hannah knows this. This kind of sets up the theme of the movie, which is going to be Julie finding her own independence and confidence within herself and outside of Hannah, because Hannah is a girl who kind of knows who she is. Everyone's really excited. It's the last day of, oh, I have a hair on here. Perfect. I wonder how long that was there. Did you guys see the hair that was hanging off of here? Everyone's really excited. It's the last day of middle school. This once again set expectations for me that on the last day of school, everyone was going to run out of the classroom and throw their papers in the air. To my disappointment, that never happened. And I remember getting out of the classroom and like looking around and being like, okay, so nobody's going to throw the paper. I had to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Mr. Corrido is one of the teachers, and he's giving out a summer reading list to everyone. We don't appreciate what we have until it's gone. Give me a summer reading list. You know, doing a summer reading list for a pizza party. The reward I get now for reading is I'm able to have a better attention span. I'm able to communicate better with people. I'm able to find words easily and remember things. Upon receiving the reading list, Julie's best friend, Hannah, tells him he needs to get out more. Could you imagine being a teacher and having a kid tell you, thanks, Mr. Corrido, you should get out more. You should, get a life.
Really, Mr. Corrido, you need to get out more.
All of our teachers in chat, I salute you. Put that in the back of your pocket for later, because that's important information that will come back to bite us in the ass. Some things about Julie. Julie's a pretty good student. Her best friend's Hannah. She has some hobbies, she likes napping, eating hot dogs, and skateboarding. More on that later, but she hasn't really found her place in the social hierarchy of high school, and she desperately wants to have a place in the social hierarchy of high school.
That is
and
just
more
like not
specifically in
getting
that
any
social hierarchy,
stimulation, and so the shoulder, it feels like
Julie
the shoulder is
and
like
Hannah do
crammed
have
up and
another
in like
friend
this.
with red hair
I need
who
to like
I
pull it
still
away
don't know
from
her
my
name.
body.
I've watched this movie maybe 357 times. I don't think this girl's name was said once, and if it was, I don't remember. Maybe it's in an extended cut. Let me see if there is one, actually. There's no extended cut. Lots of freewheeling
fun. So the mean girls in this movie are Brie Larson and the legend Aquamarine, also known as Sarah Paxton. This was actually a role she played before playing Aquamarine. Her range is insane.
Hey, Yancy. My father's a lawyer. Oh?
That's Brie
And he can
Larson?
help you sue the Diet Coke company for non-performance.
Okay. Damn.
What did she get like a nose job or something?
Behavior. Brie
What did
Larson's
Brie
character
Larson
is
do to
named Liz,
herself?
so I'm gonna call
Why
her
does she look
Liz.
different?
Sarah Paxton's character is named Stacy. So Stacy and Julie actually have some lore, some deep lore. They used to be best friends in elementary school, but Stacy got really popular in middle school and kind of left behind Julie. Anyway, Julie doesn't seem to have really let go of her friendship with Stacy, so she did plan on inviting her to her sleepover that night because Julie is having a sleepover in which she is allowed to invite three other girls. So of course she's inviting Hannah, she's inviting this girl. Because of how Stacy acts,
like
Julie's like
one
she's probably not
spot
gonna come anyway, and because she
right
saw
here
in
that
4K
just, like, it feels
Yancy
like it
getting
needs to
bullied
crack,
by
but
Liz,
it also
Julie
feels
was
like-
hey, Yancy, do you want to come to my sleepover? Because without Yancy, we wouldn't have the night we're about to have. And Yancy says yes, thank God. So
wonder if
now
there's
we have the
anything I could,
crew.
like,
So it's here with Yancy where a lot
massage
of
it
people have issues with this movie. Now I just want to say I never condone bullying
That's
ever.
what I need
You
is
are a bully.
massage.
Burn it.
Oh, wow. Oh my God.
Yancy is only bullied one time
Oh,
by
no
Liz.
wonder.
I'm not saying it's okay. It sounded
There's
like
a
from a lot of the
humongous knot
critiques of
there.
this movie that Yancy is just supposed to be like the
Okay, excuse me
fat
for a minute.
character, and that's all she is. Yancy is so much more than that. Honestly, in comparison to the other girls in this friend group, including Julie, our main character, Yancy is the most complex character out of all of them. And honestly, I feel like she's the character with the most substance. More on that later. Evan Peters is also in this movie. This lineup is crazy, and they call him SpongeBob. SpongeBob thinks that Julie is so cool and amazing, and I think might have a crush on her. I'm not really sure, but I know that he is at least intrigued by her because she skateboards. We don't know this at this time that she skateboards, so I'm just gonna let you know that now. Hannah and Julie are walking home from school, and they stop by the high school. The high school is where everything happens. It's where who you are going to be in life is decided. So if you're not cool in high school, you're not going to be cool in life. That's what Julie thinks. So at the high school, there are apparently only 2 places to sit at these tables by the dumpster, which there's not that many. 1 and 2, this is gotta be a health hazard, and that's where all of the lame people sit. Then there is the fountain. This is where all the cool people sit. I would hate to sit at the fountain. How am I supposed to freaking hold my beverage and my sandwich or whatever the hell I'm eating? This is a terrible place to sit for lunch. There's no tables, there's no backs on the seats, there's nowhere to really lean, and I bet you that the water kind of hits you when you're sitting next to the fountain. But everyone wants to sit at the fountain because it's the coolest place to sit, and it's Julie's dream to sit at the fountain. Why is it Julie's dream to sit at the fountain? Well, she does kind of want to be cool, but she really wants to be cool for a certain reason. It's because she has a crush, and I can't judge her for this. Julie's crush is Steve Phillips. And as they're staring at the fountain and talking about Steve Phillips jumps over the fountain on a skateboard. I know that's not the proper word. Ollies, that's not an ollie, it's too high, right? Steve Phillips prioritizes safety. He's wearing his helmet. Having a crush on a boy who wears a helmet, valid. And this part is cinema. Cinema, this is cinema. This part is going to play on the supercut of my life. I remember the first time I saw this and I was jaw-slacked. The song to when Steve jumps over the fountain, I can't play it because copyright has been going dummy hard recently. Are you doing the rest of your life? Oh, it's so good. I love it. It's so good. In slow motion, too. It's just so classic. I feel bad for people where this isn't classic for them. And I hope that this can be classic for you one day. And if it is classic for you, I'm going to put my crooked pinky up and I'm going to give you a little pinky. Well, that's a pinky promise. I don't know what I'm promising.
Oh my God,
I'm promising
holy
we are
shit.
in it
Oh
together.
my God, what the fuck?
Sean Ferris.
Oh my God,
She's
I was
like,
literally just thinking
"He's never
about
gonna
you.
notice me."
They can't see me. Not at all.
At first you might think, why is
Yes,
she
I
pointing out
was
that
just
she's
thinking
invisible?
about
Does he
you.
even know her? They were on the bus together. Now, of course, she remembers everyone on the bus with him, but he doesn't.
I'm trying to
really
massage
recall
a part of
and
my
doesn't really say
back.
anything to her. She's probably built up that moment in her head, and
I was thinking about how good you give massages and how, God, I wish you were here right now. Oh, it sounds like you've had a couple beers and you're in a much better mood. I said, oh, you sound like you've had a couple beers, you're in a much better mood.
pull that thing down on your column, it pushes or pulls a wire, just like the shifter on your bicycle. Think of your bicycle back in the day, it's just a cable.
Mm-hmm.
And when you shift the shifter, it either pushes or pulls the cable through that sheath all the way down to the other end. Same exact thing with your transmission. So where that thing connects to this collar on this big bracket, and that locks it in place, then it has the end piece that moves, that goes out to the actual shift linkage.
Mm-hmm.
It clips, presses onto there.
Marry an autistic man, they say. And you will be listening to his special interest. All of his special interests. For an hour. We got disconnected because my phone died 40 minutes ago. We were on the phone for 35 minutes before that. I'm like tired now. I don't know what to think or do. He like sucked all my energy out of me. My goodness. Yep, JAT, you got me. I am a man. I have a penis. No, neo vagina. Holy shit, everything is crazy right now. Adam just texted me. He went to jail, apparently. Adam says, I got arrested. I went to jail again. My phone is missing in action. I don't know how the hell he had my number. How he was able to call me, find my number. I wanna love you forever. Yeah, I'm fucking coming. Stop rushing me, bitch. Why does it smell? Oh yeah, I made French toast. So why does it smell like something was cooking in here? Of course it's fucking dead. It smells very, 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 very good down here. I should start the candle up. So I have this. When I tell you the smell of this thing is delectable. Look at my pretty plants growing. Yeah, I fucking hear you, bro. It is working. It is working. Hey, hey, hey. It's working.
5 hours. White flour! White flour! Look at that beautiful bubbly baby. Oh. Let's see here. Set a timer for 4 hours and 57 minutes from now.
4 hours and 57 minutes. Counting down.
Okay, so you're gonna immediately come in here and trip me? Awesome. Yep, it's definitely because I am a tweaker. Very rude. So rude, Teresa. I didn't realize that live streamers were supposed to sit here and like suck your dick. Oh my god, welcome to the chat. Are you like paying me or something? No? Then why should I give a shit? It's not my job. This is a live stream. If you want a fucking fake entertainer, go find someone else. This is definitely not the channel for you. But I'm not going to be changing anytime soon. Why is it muted? What did my cat do?
From boys, no. Is it valid? But we are in it to will be class. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Is going to play on the supercut of my life. I remember the first time I saw this and I was jaw slacked. The song to when Steve jumps over the fountain, I can't play it because copyright has been going dummy hard recently.
So loud.
Oh, it's so good. I love it. It's so good. In slow motion, too. It's just so classic. I feel bad for people where this isn't classic for them. And I hope that this can be classic for you one day. And if it is classic for you, I'm gonna put my crooked pinky up and I'm gonna give you a little pinky. Well, that's a pinky promise. I don't know what I'm promising. I'm promising we are in it together. I don't know. Sean Ferris, everyone. Sean Ferris was a 2000s It Boy. This changed something in me this moment. He walks past her and she's like, oh, he's never gonna notice me.
He can't see me. Not at all.
At first you might think, why is she crashing out that she's invisible? Does he even know her? They were on the bus together. Now, of course, she remembers every moment on the bus with him, but he doesn't really recall and doesn't really say anything to her. She's probably built up that moment in her head, and then he just ignores her. So, poor girl, she's like, I need to be cool in high school so that Steve Phillips will notice me. Is the way to go about life doing things to get attention from boys? No. Is it valid as a 13-year-old girl trying to navigate a crush and discover who you are? Yes. I'm absolutely obsessed with the dialogue in this movie. When all of the teen girls talk to each other, it sounds like spoken word. It's actually art.
Steve is so plush. Letters. Posers. Speak.
Like, did 14-year-old girls talk like this? No. Is it camp? Yes. Why are we so afraid to say it's camp? Julie's mom? Sue Sylvester. Jane Lynch is Julie's mom, and she is really excited about the sleepover that Julie is throwing. She got a bunch of decorations. The theme of the sleepover is going to be a ladybug party. We are having a ladybug party. This is where we begin to see the tension between Julie and her mom. Julie wants to be taken more seriously by her mom. Julie's mom still kind of sees Julie as a little girl. Side note, if you'll have me, this movie was so important to me and my family that when I turned 18, my mom threw me a ladybug party. So yes, Sue Sylvester does see Julie as a little girl, but she also runs a really strict program. So if Julie does not obey the house rules,
No leaving the house, no boys, no damaging important stuff.
Julie has to stay home from their trip to Hawaii and help their grandma sort wigs. Which Julie does seem to have quite the wig collection herself. So I don't know if that's like a collection thing that runs in the family, but. So now we have the stakes of what will happen if the girls leave the house. Julie will be staying home from Hawaii and sorting wigs. That is Julie's older brother, and he's kind of the perfect opposite to Julie. He's someone who's gone off to college, saw how scary life can be as an adult, and decided that's not for me. And so he moved back home and dropped out of college.
High school is great. Stay as long as you can.
The actor who played Ren did it really well because he could have easily been so annoying, but I found the character of Ren to actually be very endearing. Mom is going to have a girls' night out, so that's why she's being extra strict because she can't keep her eyes on Julie. Dad, Bill from Daddy Daycare, Jeff Garland, is going to be watching over the children throughout the night. He's going to complete something that's been on his to-do list for a while, which is going to be switching out the water filter with something better. That's going to be his distraction the entire night because of various plumbing issues. So Julie's dad is kind of busy the whole night with this water situation.
Butt crack alert.
Butt crack alert.
Butt crack alert.
It's been a staple in my personal vocabulary for 2 decades. Yancy and Red Hair Girl arrive, and we immediately jump into
This is like the females' version of Sandlot.
It's party time. And hey,
Oh!
already on the town.
Did you guys hear that?
With different sized rocks. I'm gonna
Did
say
you
something
hear
crazy.
that?
This is one of the best sleepover
It
montages.
happened.
I'm gonna say something crazier. This is the best sleepover montage ever. I think maybe it was the fact that they had whiteout on the toenails, because that's iconic.
Oh my god, it
And
fucking
that's
happened
more
finally. My
accurate.
hip popped.
I did anthropological research on the tween
Oh.
American Girl. That's a deep cut. We may be divided
Oh my
on whether
God.
or not this movie is good, but I know we're
Oh my
united
God.
on the fact that this movie has incredible music.
Oh my
This is the first time I ever heard the song "Wannabe" by the Spice Girls. I know
I
I
have been
gasped,
wanting to
some
crack that
gasps, some of
fucking
you gasped,
this socket
and
this
I want everyone to know that
for like a
in
month now.
2004, I was 8. Is it so crazy for me to have heard this song for the first time when I was 8? Maybe it wasn't the first time I heard "Wannabe" by Spice
Oh,
Girls, but it
wow.
was the first time I remembered.
My
Wannabe by
pelvis
Spice
is
Girls.
even now
So while
instead of
Julie
doing
Home is
this.
partying, having a
It's like
good
even.
old-fashioned sleepover at her house. Stacy is with
That's
her
crazy.
boyfriend
Oh, whoa.
in his car, pulling up to a park.
Don't
Why
go
are
too
you
fast
driving
now.
your
You
car
just
from the
made yourself
grass in the
dizzy
middle
now.
of a park? No one's gonna notice there's a convertible parked in the middle of a park.
Wow.
Let's skip the dance. We're gonna hook up in the park. Stacy's like, girl, oh no, we're not. dress for the dance. I'm not doing that. We're going to the dance. He doesn't care, and he keeps trying to hook up with her, and she says no, and he gets mad.
Get out. We're over.
He tells her, "Do you remember who I am?"
The second string quarterback on the junior varsity.
She cooked him on that. We have come up to another point in the movie where people are like, this movie is problematic and it's promoting predatory behavior.
Do you see my
Maybe
cat?
it's because I'm missing something here, but to me, this is not promoting predatory behavior at all. To me, it's showing a girl who is going to stick by what she says, which is no. I said no once. Don't make me say it again. Now you're pissing me off. He ditches her. She says, okay. Calls her bestie. Goes, we're making a list. This night's still going to be fun. Boom. Shakalaka. Just because something scary, terrible, and nasty happened in this movie, I don't think is showing young girls that this is okay behavior. If anything, it's showing me this isn't okay behavior. Being an 8-year-old watching this movie, that's kind of the vibe I got. Something nasty about that man. Something nasty. I feel like we place such high moral standards on movies for young girls. People get so terrified that young girls are going to absorb what they're seeing, and they are
Oh, I love you so much.
for themselves. This is a very clear example of depiction not being endorsement. And I felt like this was actually a really important moment because it was showing us the villain character, Stacy.
She looks crazy herself with all the rolling around on the ground she's been doing. She's in
He
heat.
breaks up with her and is threatening that she is not going to be cool in high school. Stacy is like, boy,
Stacy's mom has got it going on.
Villain to me. The neighborhood patrol officer is Steve Carell. Right, yeah. It's a never-ending list of iconic people. He's new and he takes his job extremely seriously.
Chuck had a breakdown. Chuck was weak. This whole
Apparently somebody was complaining already at like 6:30 that Julie's house was being too loud, and so they called the neighborhood patrol. These neighbors are nerds. Steve Carell is there for a noise complaint at Julie's house. Julie answers the door holding a Coke. Steve Carell tastes Coke and spits back into it and gives it back to her. Stacy shows up to Julie's house and tells them that they are going to do a scavenger hunt. The list of things to do on the scavenger hunt: dress an old lady mannequin in their own clothing, a picture of the girls with their date at a nightclub, a pair of Steve Phillips boxers, and a logo from a Patrol Tech car. Patrol Tech is the neighborhood security, so Steve Carell's area of occupation. What does not exist during this time is a camera phone, so how are we going to document the tasks?
You have one of those Polaroid sticker cameras, right? But of course.
Legendary. What I find really funny is that Stacy and Liz are supposed to be the mean girls. They're supposed to be the villains
Ready?
here, but they are also asking Julie and her friends to do a scavenger hunt with them. Like, yes, the villains and the main characters are going to be competing in a scavenger hunt, but I think the fact that they're like, who can do this scavenger hunt with us? Let's ask Julie. Like, are you guys friends? Or because even what's offered up as the first prize for whoever wins is the custom thongs that Liz and her friends made. So what if Julie and her friends won? Does that mean that they would then make those for Julie and her friends? So Hannah, the diva that she is like, we're gonna make this interesting. The winner gets to sit at the fountain next year, and the losers sit at the dumpsters. So this is Hannah's like Hail Mary of, okay, I want Julie to achieve all her dreams and have high school be everything that it could be, even though I can't be there. Julie is not somebody who likes to get in trouble. So doing things that are borderline illegal while also having a really strict mom and not being able to go to Hawaii, she's like, you know what, Julie, I'm just gonna sit at the dumpsters. Okay, who cares? Whatever, I don't care. Hannah pulls Julie to the side, and something I love about Hannah is she's kind of set up to say these really profound things and have these speeches that are supposed to be really like, okay, this is where the character decides to break through their own walls and open themselves up to new experiences. But Hannah always just seems to fall a little bit short in these speeches, and she does them throughout the entire movie, and I think they're really hilarious.
What do you want more than anything in this world?
Julie, instead of saying, for my best friend not to move, says, Steve,
Do you think he eats by the dumpsters? You could be sitting right next to him at the fountain.
this isn't really even about a lunch spot is it? It's about who you're gonna be in high school. And if you want to have a good high school experience, you're gonna.
I don't want to go and hang upside down on my thing, but I'm afraid of the bugs outside.
You're right. No convincing needed.
I'm gonna go like
once Hannah gets into that
disconnect my thing. Oh my god! I
I
could get one of those things.
High school, and we know that high school has
A
nothing
pull-up
to
bar,
do
and I
with
could
who
hang
you
upside
are
down
in
from
this
it.
life. It's just kind of a phase you're passing through as you're growing up.
do it in my
You're not
doorway.
stuck to being that version of yourself forever. Hopefully not. But as a kid going into high school, of course you think that once you get to high school, that's who you're going to be for life. It's the thing that is romanticized all the time. It makes you think, okay, this is where I'm going to become who I am as a person. And is it? No, absolutely not. But it feels like that. So I just want to give that to Julie as well. Me watching, I'm like, yeah, of course this seems ridiculous. But if we step into
Nope,
the
it's
shoes
not
of
hair,
her,
it's
of
a
course
cat.
this is a big deal. Julie pays rent $50 and is like,
On my
okay,
head.
you need to cover for me for the entire night. Also, you know Julie is a teenager with her shit
She
together,
is
and
super
she has
cute, and she's a
$50
sweetheart.
around. So to begin the night, they make
Yep,
a dating
Indiana,
profile for
you
Julie
got
so
me.
she can find a date to meet at
Section
the
8.
club.
Do
This
you have any
is
idea what
just
the waiting
something
list
that
is for
teenagers
Section
should
8?
do,
It's like
right?
impossible
But
to get
this
on Section
movie
8.
is partly fantasy because all of the things that occur in this movie are not super realistic, right? No pictures required during this time of online
And
dating,
if
which
I
is
could
why the show
fucking get Section 8, you're damn right I would fucking apply. But unfortunately, I don't qualify. And the waiting list is like 3 years. What's the point?
So how are they going to get a car? It's not possible. The night is over.
Pay full price for my house.
Apparently she was held back a year and has no coverage.
I work my ass off
Actually, our important
for what I have.
Nancy has a car that she is allowed to use during emergencies. And she's like, this seems like an emergency. So Nancy is providing the vehicle in which we are able to do literally every single thing on the scavenger hunt. Nancy is the reason we're able to even have this movie at all because she has the car. The car is the world's smallest car, and it's an electric car, and it's made entirely of like recycled metal, and it's iconic. The fact that this was an electric car, legendary. And it was also probably when electric cars like could drive like 10 miles and they needed a charge. I don't know if that's accurate, it's just a guess. The red-haired girl's thing is that she's in defection. I know that because she was the one to turn Julie's original dress into the iconic red dress that she wears throughout the movie. As they're leaving, Julie gets kind of upset that her dad doesn't even have any awareness of Julie leaving the house, of the noise being gone upstairs.
My dad. He is so oblivious.
I feel like there's no room for
No, I don't know
with
what
the
that
mom
stuff is. I
and
don't
the
say
mom's
things for
clearly,
edits.
like, the strict mother, protecting, hypervigilant, overbearing, and then the dad is completely
Well,
unaware.
I don't know where you can
Julie
find
is
free
really
housing.
annoyed with both of them because of
But
that.
I found out in Oregon, in the state of Oregon, if you guys are in the state of Oregon, you should apply for this thing. You may not qualify, not everybody does, but I just found out about it today. It's called a prosperity account. And what you do is you invest some money, and this prosperity account will match whatever you put in by 7 or 9 times. So if you put in $1,000, they will match you by $7,000 or $9,000, depending on what you qualify for. And so that means if you can come up with like $10,000, they would come up with like $70,000 or $90,000. So the prosperity account will help you to buy a house. If you want to purchase a house, you can only use the prosperity account for the purchase of a house, the purchase of a car, dental work, medical procedures, or education, I think. Oregon doesn't have sales tax. We pay twice income tax and state tax. So, Florida doesn't have a state tax, just a federal. So I have to pay income taxes twice. Fortunately, the state taxes aren't as expensive, so it's usually much more affordable. You usually don't have to pay that much. Actually, hairline has been like this my whole life. I have my dad's hairline. There's like these things, these spikes right here. I've had them my whole life.
The car, and because the car is the size of an atom, it's a tight squeeze. A man waves to the red-haired girl, and the red
Can't believe it's like already the end of July. We're in August almost. Can you guys believe it's August? It was like just January.
Can you relax? I can't even wave back to a cute guy. I need you to calm down.
Years gone by very fast.
Because cute guys never wave at her. She says it's because she's fat. And the girls are like, Yancy, what made you think that?
Stacy and Liz. I heard they have scales in their gym lockers.
And then Hannah comes in with her, oh, gosh, she wanted to be profound here. I know she did. I know she was trying to.
Yancy, would you rather eat celery or a brownie?
And Yancey's like, bitch, is this a trick question? Brownies? Who the fuck would answer celery?
Exactly. So you'll just date guys who like brownies.
Girl, what the hell? I know she was trying to be like, hey, girl, everyone is different. Therefore, everyone loves different things about different people, you know? And Hannah is now 0 for 2 with the motivational speeches.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
flying.
Like she will get there eventually. The girls go to Old Navy.
That's why I like to do stuff and stay active all the time instead of sitting. I don't like to sit down. I like to stand up all day.
Men's display, so they have to put their clothes onto the men's display at Old Navy. This is actually kind of a genius prank because it's so harmless. But at the same time, like, yeah, the retail workers are going to have to deal with this. It's just kind of silly. Anyway, we have another montage to an iconic song where we're hearing Freeze Frame, and then Steve Carell is there, of course. He just, like, teleports places in this town, or this town is, like, a quarter mile in total. They complete task number 1. Nice job, girls. Julie remembers, though, that they ordered, like, 52 XL pizzas. They're not there to retrieve the pizzas. So she calls Ren and is like, hey, I need you to get rid of these pizzas.
Why are you biting me?
Like, you have to pay me more money and do my laundry for a week.
Business deal? Exactly. Good for you.
The pizzas arrive, and instead of throwing all of the pizza away,
Don't you bite my foot.
apparently
I can feel
really
it
hates
coming.
Food waste. He eats them all with the dog, and he's in pain and suffering. You know what Ren really could have used for his pizza? An ice cold soda. And even better, a soda that makes him feel good. A drink that tastes like traditional soda with 6 grams of fiber. Wow, that conveniently aligns with the sponsor of today's video, Olipop. Self-sufficiency. Really might. And at that my video, and the pleathers are already waiting outside. They call the Mean Girls in this movie the pleathers. Now I've seen people be like, Mean Girls is a better movie because it has better Mean Girls. This is kind of a rip off with the Mean Girl thing. This movie only came out a couple of months after Mean Girls. They came up with pleathers. That's an original thought. So pleathers and plastics are actually just like parallel universe Mean Girls. We watched the pleathers get in, no problem. Oh, the 13-year-old girls are just getting inside the club, no problem. Got it. So this
I won't
makes
do any of
Julie and
this.
company think that they're going to be able to get in really
Just had to like
easily
force
wearing
myself to
business
do a little
casual
bit here and
outfits.
there.
The guy with the rope, which I did
Eventually,
going to have ropes, which
something will happen.
a lot of them don't. Also, they pull up and they cut the line. I respect how bold they are. I will be of age outside of a bar, and I will rather be outside in the cold for 2 hours than cut the line. I hate cutting lines. That's where I draw the line. My friends would cut the lines all the time. Oh, the fear and terror and just icky feeling I get when I cut a line. I remember one time my friend was trying to cut a line for a concert, and he did, and I was just sitting outside by myself waiting in line. I'm like, I am not cutting this line. How is my time worth more than the people waiting in this line? I have a moral issue clearly with line cutting, but these 13-year-old, 14-year-olds, whatever, cut the line, being 14 years old, dressed in business casual, expecting to get in, no ID. They get denied,
Just
of
really
course.
want, like,
Hannah does have a genius
this
plan
arm
to
to
sneak
be, like,
into
gently
the
pulled.
speaker
I
boxes
need a
that they
chiropractor.
do conveniently roll into the club, and they don't lock it. Perfect situation. So it's just Hannah and Julie in the club. Was this how clubs were in 2004? Because we're missing out. It's got to be like, what, at this point, like 8 p.m. or something, and the club is bumping. The girls spot Mr. Corrado at the club. Troubling. Even more troubling, this is Dave. Dave is the guy that they were supposed to meet at the club. Dave is the date from the website.
Mr. Corrado's my date. What?
They immediately are like, okay, this is bad.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, Mr. Corrado notices Julie first, but not Julie. It's just the red dress that the woman he was supposed to meet is wearing, and he notices that she's running away.
No, I'm sorry, that's not me.
Okay, I know I might be a disappointment physically, but I have great wit.
Julie is now in a moral conflict because her and her friend were like, dude, you need to get out more. And then he's like, okay, I'm going to get out more. I'm going to go on a date. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize the date is with one of his students. And if she runs away now, he's probably going to want to crawl into a hole for the rest of time. Now, is it her obligation to stay? No. But I understand why she's like, ew, this is really tough. So she's like, oh, okay, hello, has the sunglasses on and is like hiding her face, whatever. And he's like, oh, how's being a swimsuit model? Boy, you're not a good time to talk to. They order drinks. She doesn't know what to get, so Hannah texts her, order a sex on the beach. Know that anytime I see that on the menu, I'm ordering it because of this movie. And the bartender's like, can I see your ID, please, ma'am?
I left it in my limo.
And this is where Mr. Corrado's been looking at her like, no.
Julie.
And he freaks out. He crashes out. He hyperventilates, which is fair because this is a date with his student and he can go to jail for that. Of
Oh,
course. So
yeah,
he starts
you just
freaking
showed
out
your
and he's
age.
like, girl, you have to get out of here immediately. What are you doing here? This is so bad. What is happening? I'm going to have a panic attack.
How'd you even get in here?
And she's like, okay, I'm trying to do a scavenger hunt and I want to sit at the fountain. And Mr. Corrado is a local, so he's like, oh, I went to high school at that high school and I never got to sit at the fountain. And he buys Hannah, because Hannah comes up and he's like, I knew you'd be here if I saw her, girl. He buys them ginger ales and he does take a selfie with them because that is required for them to sit at the fountain. Now, is this potential evidence for him to go to jail because he's taking a picture with his students at a club? Yes. Personally, don't think that was a good idea, but he probably, I don't know, wasn't in the right state of mind after seeing that he was on a date with his student to his surprise because he didn't know. Another point of contention for people is this moment, and people are like, the teacher is such a creep going on a date with a student. Hey, you didn't know he was going on a date with his damn student? And then people are like, he bought them a drink that's so inappropriate. He bought them a ginger ale. Did you watch the movie? Be honest. So people get really upset about the Mr. Corrado of it all. I just don't find this to be a situation. Yes, they are underage sneaking into a club. But I'm also like, we have seen movies where teenagers are doing crazy things. This is pretty mild. Have you guys seen Pretty Little Liars?
Hello?
Like, that's a situation to be dealt with. This is just a misunderstanding. Hello? Neither of them wanted to be in that situation at all.
Hello?
Also, I feel like it's teaching me, I better not go to the club because I might see my teacher there. And it's true. Your teacher might be at the club, so don't sneak into the club when you're 13. Teachers are going to the clubs, guys. Somehow Yancy is alone outside of the club. I don't know where the red-haired girl is, and a guy comes up to her. I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. I don't like the way he's moving, okay? But he goes up to Yancy, and he's like,
Hey, do you want to sneak in?
No thanks. I'm waiting for someone.
What?
For the privacy.
Ain't hard to get.
I'm just sitting here.
he just overshares to her about what he's doing and how in the summertime he works on like the speakers and sound at really good places. She's like, why are you talking to me?
You hear my cat? She says hello.
I love how she's so
Hello.
forthright. Icon and a legend. Yes.
Hello.
I don't know, there's some bad vibe about him. But
Hello.
this is the first time a guy has like come up to Yancy and showed interest. So she's like, this is the best thing ever. I'm not judging Yancy, even though I don't like this guy for Yancy. I think Yancy deserves someone better. So he leaves because he has another gig to get to. He loves saying the word gig. I also just don't love how
Ooh.
Julie sees her Sue Sylvester is breaking it down on the platform. And this is when women were still respected on the creative surfaces of nightclubs. She's having a good time. Julie looks good because she's like, what is my mom doing at the club and dancing? My mom doesn't dance. When you're a teenager, you forget that your parents are people.
She can't. We both like her. She's a mother.
So this is the moment in Julie's life where she realizes her mom is a person.
Don't be weird.
Could you imagine? I've never seen or heard of that before. Can someone confirm that that exists?
What?
I have to get
Oh my
it
God.
as soon as possible
What?
because Julie knows that her
What?
mom is going to call the dad in just a little bit and going to ask the dad to talk to Julie. So Julie's got to go. To make matters even more stressful, electric car is blocked in. Evil behavior by both the front and back person who parked in front of them. This is a moment where we see Julie is getting more confident and she's a problem solver and she's going to figure it out. And she takes SpongeBob's skateboard. Yeah, SpongeBob is there. He's kind of been following them around the room because he found the scavenger hunt list and wants to help them.
Oh,
She takes
dude,
the
if you
skateboard
got
and
in
she
that
says,
fucking
"I'm
cat
gonna
litter,
help
I'm gonna be pissed off.
Luckily, this town is only 0.25 miles long, so the skateboard ride home shouldn't be too bad. As Julie is skating home in the neighborhood, we have collected another iconic scene. She skates past Aunt Jeep. Now this time,
No, go
Steve
down.
sees
You
her
already
in
ate the
slow
cat
motion
food.
on
You're in
the
trouble
skateboard.
now.
Actually,
I can't believe my dog did that. What a predictable fucking animal. He went in the cat room and he ate the cat's food. Alright, I need to change my shirt.
So Steve is like, who was that? Throwing the red dress right in the skateboard. And I love that they add some flair to it with this grown man wearing this dress and doing just like a kickflip for the hell of it on the way. So this is a new interesting element of the story, is now Steve knows who Julie is. Lucky for Julie, she makes it home just in time to answer the call from her mom. Her mom tells her it's probably time to go to bed. It's literally 9:30. The club is that bumping, and also you're telling your daughter, who is 14 years old, you're having a sleepover on a Friday night on the last day of middle school to go to bed at 9:30. That's crazy. But no time to argue. We have to hit the next task. Steve's Oscars. So Steve is rich, and you can tell he's rich by his beautiful home and the Jeep that's sitting outside of his house.
I can't do this. Let's go home, please.
Hannah gives us another banger of a motivational speech by telling Julie, "You are Julie."
I cannot wait until that
This is the
fiber
moment where I'm like, oh, this film
kicks
is
in.
self-aware. Hannah is not meant to actually be profound. She
How do
just
I
thinks
get
that
work?
she's
I
very
don't
profound.
get
Because
work.
great music, powerful,
I
great is
own
where
my own
Kenzie
business,
finally is
so
like, girl, what
people
are you
usually
talking about?
like if I'm gonna like do a new job, which I don't usually do because I have like regular clients that I have 2 jobs where I do lawn stuff, and I have 2 jobs where I clean houses, do 2 different things. Like I work inside the house and I work outside the house. I clean up everything and I make houses and people's lives easier. So the reason that I am able to continue to get work is because I do a fucking really good job. And at the end of the day, if someone asks a friend, says, hey, do you know somebody who will do a really good job on what I need done? And they're like, yeah, this person here. And then the people call me and then they hire me. And then I show up to do the job and I do the job. Like I've never had a problem ever. Anyone who has a problem with tattoos is not someone I would want to work for. That's someone who you can't please no matter how you try. That's someone, who's never happy with what you do, is just always complaining about something. I don't have anybody like that I work for. I have like literally the best fucking people, dude. I'm so lucky. God, like only the most amazing clients have found me. People who are extremely appreciative of what I do and reward me for my hard work. And so I go above and beyond for them.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
And Hannah just pulls
I'm a
out
highly
classic
valued,
and is like,
very hard worker. And I'm in demand. I have to turn people away all the time, actually. Turn jobs away all
You
the
like
time.
it, I love it, Julie.
There's
If
just
that's
no
all it takes
possible
to
way I
motivate
could do it. I
you,
don't have the
I'm
time.
yours.
I can't
The
clone
Flemings are
myself.
retrieving the boxer shorts by just going into his gym bag and his Jeep. Julie is going into his home. So she's breaking and entering, and Liz is like, hello, patrol tech. Yeah, we have a suspicious person at this address. You should probably come check it out. Julie successfully sneaks into Steve Phillips' house. First thing she does, smells a shoe. Maybe she should get arrested. I can't defend you on that one, girl. While she is sniffing his shoes and sneaking around his house, Steve is trying to find out who the girl riding the skateboard in the red dress is. He's going through the yearbook. I have not been in high school in a very long time. Do they still make those things, yearbooks?
Do they still do yearbooks?
He finds her. It's Julie Corky. Julie Corky! Julie Corky! Her favorite things, napping.
Okay, Donna.
And skateboarding.
It's weird. It says message retracted.
She's not like other girls. He doesn't say that, thank God. Julie's kind of corked because Steve's about to actually get into the shower while she's in there. He's undressing, she's staring at him. Julie, we're gonna have to call the police. This is objectively creepy. Yeah, it is. Julie, get out of there. Meanwhile, the girly pops are trying to charge the electric car because it died, because it only
What
has
are
like
you
2
doing,
miles of electricity to it or something. I don't know. So they're trying to find a way to charge it. They managed to find a place to charge it. Unfortunately, we don't put on the parking
My
brake.
cat's not a fan of
so it
closed
smashes into
doors.
the patrol
God,
car.
I am so bored,
This makes
man.
a very loud noise.
I need to
and
do
Steve
more
runs out
of
the
this,
perfect
but
time for
I really
Julie
need to be
grab
doing
his
rug
boxers and
making,
run away.
honestly.
She gets
But
outside.
that's
It's a success.
I don't have
Except for
the
fact
brain power for
that
hobbies
it's
right
not
now.
a success because Michael Scott tracks her and is like, "Hey, girl, you're a suspicious person."
And why are you damn? Julie, have I seen you before?
The fact that this man has probably experienced so much in this night that he can't even remember Julie, the girl whose Coke he drank from. Well, he didn't really drink. He taste tested it and then spat it back into her Coke. The one who was in the mannequin thing. Like, what other shenanigans were going on in this town that he is not remembering Julie's face? I also just need to rewind back for a second because I'm just thinking about, could you imagine if Steve caught Julie in that bathroom? I know, like, he's, like, intrigued by her, but I just can't even think about it without my stomach getting queasy. The Pleathers are like, job's done. We got Julie arrested. Let's just go to Juicers, get some juices. SpongeBob comes to save the day. Cars semi-destroyed. Julie grabs the Troll Tech logo. The girls have completed the scavenger hunt. That's my brave queen right there. She said, "I'm so deep in this now, I'm not losing." Girlies are racing to the meetup spot. Unfortunately, the Pleathers see Julie and Co. driving to the high school, and they zoom to the meetup spot. Just completely disregarded all traffic laws, so it's a tie. Ooh, things are gonna be interesting. So they do a tiebreaker. Tiebreaker.
First one to get the king or queen's crown at the dance wins.
I think this is like an end of year dance that they're doing of some sort, so retrieving that crown. That's our next step. Liz and Stacy also don't have to struggle getting into the dance because Liz's sister is in high school and helps them get in. Of course, Julie and Co. have to fight a little harder to get inside the dance. And isn't this just a beautiful metaphor? There's going to be people who move through life a little bit easier because of who they know or where they are in life or their place in life. And sometimes you got to work a little harder to get to where they are. But that makes you a problem solver. That makes you resilient, okay? So don't let it get you down. Hey, I'm gonna find a life lesson if it's the last thing I do. So the diva taking the tickets are giving the girls a bit of a hard time on getting in. She's like, no ticket, you're not getting into the dance. Julie has no time to waste at this point, and she decides to go for the jugular. She tells this girl, hey, you're a senior taking tickets at your final dance. I can't be you in high school. I would rather pass away than be you in high school. I need you to let me into this dance so I can sit at the fountain and not be a loser like you.
And in 4 years, I will be you unless I get into that dance.
This girl takes it by the chin, and she's like,
you go. Get in there. Do it for all those who never could.
All right, good for you, girl. No ego whatsoever. Somehow the school dance has higher security than the nightclub. Everyone is looking business casual at this dance, and I love it. So Todd being the blonde ex-boyfriend of Stacy, is at the dance. Remember how he said, we're not going to do the dance? Yeah, Todd was always going to do the dance. Except he's with another girl. And unfortunately, instead of really getting mad at Todd, the girls get into a fist fight. Bird on bird crime. Stacy gets yanked, and SpongeBob stands up for her.
Stacy's a prime goddess. If I had a girl like Stacy, I would worship her.
And Todd is like, well, Miss Princess doesn't hook up.
You know what? Yancy really took her moment in this and decides to be like,
Looks like someone isn't so they can phone us after.
okay, Yancy, really respect that you had that in you, because that was not the place or time to say that. Kicking her while she's down, but also sweet act of revenge a bit. Good for her. Also, this is really unfortunate for Stacy because she just graduated middle school and she's already getting in a fist fight at this school dance. So there's a dance contest and Todd and his girlfriend are terrible dancers, and I usually wouldn't even mention it because they're kind of nothing characters, but it's so bad. And Stacy dances with SpongeBob because he stood up for her, and she really liked that. They kill it. They win the dance contest. So Stacy is
7 Peters.
dance contest winner and fist fighter going into high school. Steve sees Julie and is like, oh my god, there's the girl that I like. She's here. He
There's
also
that
happens
girl
to find
that I
a
like.
scavenger hunt on the ground of the gym and sees that his
And
boxers
she
are
sees me, I
moist.
get
He reacts
butterflies.
really calmly.
That's where my boxers went.
I don't know if he's on like an SSRI or something. Like, is he not like, holy shit? Someone was in my house grabbing my boxer shorts. I also really love the layering of villains here. Like when Stacy and SpongeBob win the dance contest, we are rooting for Stacy and SpongeBob, not for the like lower tier villains here. It's genius, and that's why I love Stacy, because I'm in this moment like, I hope Stacy wins, because the way that he treated her and that girl was mean to her, I hope she wins this dance contest. But also she's like a mean character. Stacy's a great villain. So the red-haired friend is hanging out with Yancy and is like, isn't it awesome that Stacy couldn't come? And Yancy's like, why?
Because Julie's mom only let her invite 3 girls.
Girl, how would you say that? So Yancy crashes out. She's like, damn, I wasn't even the first option to be invited for the damn sleepover. They're using my car.
I'm sorry. Let's go find her.
And that guy from earlier is there because this was his other gig. So he's here and he's like, do you want to dance, Yancy? And Yancy does. And she is happy, and I'm happy to see Yancy happy. She's like, do you like brownies?
Brownies are a very important food here.
Okay. You know, as long as Yancy's happy. Does Yancy deserve better? Yes. Julie is sad about this because she's like, there's someone for everyone except me. Girl,
It's not fair. Why couldn't I have just been born with butt?
What do you want about? I want to follow up on the age gap thing because I feel like the age gap thing is probably the biggest moral contention people have with this movie. Stacy's boyfriend, yes, he's in high school and she is just finished 8th grade, so she's 14, he's 16, 17 years old. Same with Steve, which is Julie's potential love interest, and also Yancy's potential love interest. We don't know his age. A lot of people are like, this is a grown man. Get Yancy away from that grown 35-year-old man. I genuinely thought he was in high school, and he was like, oh yeah, I spend my summers working. I thought he was in school. I'm going to safely assume all these are boys in high school. Is there a power dynamic when a older boy dates a younger girl? Yes.
I don't work out all day. I fart around a couple hours here and there.
Predatory, and this movie needs to be pulled off the shelves. I believe yes.
But I don't like to do nothing. I don't like to just sit down. So like,
This is where
I could be like, I could just be like watching a YouTube video, laying in bed, you know, on my phone. But instead, it is getting late though. I will be getting off of here pretty soon. But like, because I have to go to bed. But if I'm gonna just be sitting staring at my phone watching a video, I might as well be like doing squats while I'm watching TV. And if I'm gonna be doing that, I might as well be on a live stream because I'll make money off this live stream. You know, this live stream, like my live stream, when I do more than one stream in a day, like I did a stream earlier today, this morning or whatever, because I was doing bread. But if I do more than one stream a day, the second stream won't get as many views, but my streams are getting like 100,000, like at least 25 to 30,000 minimum, up to like 300, 250,000 I think I got recently. So like, I can't explain it. I'm just doing nothing, but I'm making money. YouTube is paying me for it. My YouTube income has literally doubled in the last 30 days. So.
Because I think
And it's because I'm walking rage bait.
issues
people literally cannot help themselves. They have to say something about my face tattoos and my dreadlocks, or how I look like I stink, or I look like I'm on drugs. People can't help themselves. And I'm just going to stand here and be doing what I'm doing, whether I'm on a live stream or not. So I might as well just be like standing here being rage bait and making money, right? Instead of sitting on my ass,
Julie completely disassociated. She cannot
scrolling.
believe Steve just said her name. Honestly,
You know?
because he completely did not acknowledge her existence earlier that day. They danced.
I mean, people are just the way they are. It's, you know, it is what it is. It definitely has to do with anonymity and stuff like that. But
And they're about to kiss, but then she gets a call from Ren. He's like, "Girl, you better get home now. Mom is on her way." Zooms home, and she's really sad because she's like, "He's gonna forget about me tomorrow."
He's gonna wake up tomorrow and realize that I'm just some average little frustrated.
What makes her think that? I don't know. Because you didn't kiss him, girl. He also found out about you taking his boxers, and she just giggles about it.
By the way, can I have my boxers back?
I'd be beside myself. Could you imagine? Can I have my boxers back? You know about that? I actually, I think I hear my mom call me.
my hallway is my
Julie
bedroom.
drops the crown in the street. Steve Carell's bike hits crown, flips on bike.
Yep, dank, that's pretty much what I do. I mean, if people are trolling me and they have a YouTube premium account, like, I'm definitely making money. The only time that I don't make any money is if someone has, like, it's like, you know, a sophisticated person who has, like, ad blocking and all that shit and is not using YouTube premium. And like, I think that's like, there's like a work around that, but like, even still, the viewing and the commenting, YouTube still pays me, like, just for the engagement. It's crazy. And I'm getting paid for views. I get paid, like, I think it's like $10 per RPM. So like per 1,000 views, I get like $10. Sometimes it's higher than that, sometimes it's lower than that. I don't know, just depends. It's 9:30, I'm probably gonna go. But see, you know, like here, Eric just can't help himself. Thank you, Eric. I like, what am I gonna do, right? You know, like, I could get upset and like argue with people in the comment section about, you know, how they think I look or am or whatever. Or I could just let people be a fly on the wall, let them say what they're gonna say, and then I could just, you know, watch as YouTube deposits money into my account every month. I mean, it just, I don't care. I don't care what people say about me. I know who I am. You know, people are just stupid idiots on the internet. They don't know shit. People get things wrong, just like, even if I was to do everything in like a normal way, or I look like a normal person, people would still give me the exact same amount of shit. It would just be different things, because that's just the way it is. You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You got 10 people in a room, you've got 10 opinions about how things should be done. So you got 10 people who are going to make that, you know, 8 of them at least are going to say their opinions out loud. Okay, it's a bed time. Let's go lock the house up and get the dog. Do you want to go potty outside before bed? Dude, it's really hot in here. You probably should come on downstairs. Come on. Come on, Nora. Come on, Norley. Come here. Come on. You want some cheese? Does Orly want some cheese? I got feta. Money, come here. Come on, Orly. The cheese tax. Come on. Here, Money, you want some cheese? Come here, kitty. You want some cheese? Does the kitty want some cheese? Here. There you go. There's some mama's cheese. Here he comes. He's not going to be able to help himself. Cheese. Orly. Come on, Orly, come get cheese. Dude. Are you fucking stuck upstairs right now? Come on, cheese. Come on. Here, we get some cheese for the dough. Okay. Locked. Door. Oh, let me check my bed. Oh yeah, it's rising. Did I put salt in it? Yes, I did. No, I'm gonna put that on there because it's gonna sink in. Okay, so I got my alarm and my watch set to go off when it's bedtime. Not when it's bedtime, when it's bread time. God fucking damn it. You just gotta jump right on top of it, huh? It'd be great if you didn't do that. Alright, y'all. Oh, hey, Papa. Of course you come in now. Literally turning this off and going to bed. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn. I texted you earlier, or I messaged you on Instagram earlier when I came on here. Ow! Shit. Oh, have you seen the carpet yet? Have you seen what Josh did today? Josh got Elliot's bed put back together. He came here to fix my truck, and then this room's empty now. We were gonna put it in there, but apparently the bed would have covered up that window. I didn't care about that, but Josh did, so I don't know, whatever. Oh fuck. I'm tired. I want to go to bed now. Why is that light on? Money, for the god, fucking love of God. Please stop fucking pushing that button over and over again, honey. I don't even know what button I was pressing. I'm not gonna take my chances with that fucking light. Alright. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, probably not till way late. I got so much shit to do. And Josh will be here for most of the day, so I'm probably not gonna go on the live stream while he's here. So, anyways, I love you guys. We'll see you later, alligators. Peace and triple and all that.